And welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to tonight's episode of the ZodWriter Show. I am ZodWriter, and with me, as always, is my co-host for the ZodWriter Show on a weekly basis. This is the Holy Cheese Man himself, Mr. Johnny Alpha. What's up, man? You've been a busy guy with all your streams lately, dude. I try to catch them. I try to catch them all, and when I can catch them live, I definitely try to do that.
Yeah, just finished up one about guilty pleasures. We were being a little cheesy, so I had a cheese pun for my name and forgot to change it over when we got to this one. But man, I'm so happy to be here with you tonight. I would like to maybe apologize to a few people that might have gotten the wrong idea about what the purpose of our last episode was supposed to be. It was meant to be us talking about activities from certain groups that piss us off. It was never meant to be an attack of individuals, which some people we let on kind of took it that way. And anybody that got attacked, like I deeply am sorry about that. Like that was never the point of our
Yeah,
episode last week.
that was never the point. And that's why I say when people come on this stream, and I was actually going to point that out as well. When people come on the ZodWriter Show, I like to give everybody an opportunity to say what's on their minds, okay? And just because they may come on and say things, they may come on and just fly off the cuff and say whatever they feel like saying, doesn't mean that I necessarily agree with them. So that's another thing I wanted to point out, because it seems like a lot of people were bothered by some of the things that were said on the show last week, and judging from the viewership right now, I think that's clear. We're gonna right now, we got somebody we're gonna bring on with us right now who's been waiting patiently in the back. This is a gentleman who's been really busy himself lately, but here he is, Mr. Batman. What's up, man?
Nice to see you, buddy.
Hey guys, well, I'm finally on a normal sleep schedule now, so I started a new job last week, so I actually go to bed at regular hours.
Cool. How's the head?
Awesome.
Is the head finally back to normal?
The what back to normal?
Your head, remember, the injury.
That's back to normal, basically. Yeah, I mean, even without that head injury, working graveyard shifts on Amazon still messes you up. Yeah. So
Awesome. Well, we're just glad that you're here tonight for this show in particular, because we've got a really interesting topic to talk about tonight, and this is something that I don't know. This has been an interesting topic for me for a long time, and then Johnny has said that this is a topic that he's been interested in. So I'm happy that you could join us for this one, Dan. The topic for tonight's show is, when is it appropriate to replace dead actors for sequels in movies? And it seems like a very, very simple question, but there really isn't a simple answer when it comes to people nowadays, because one of the things I've learned is when it comes to replacing actors who have passed away, people are very fervent and take it very, very personally when somebody suggests that, hey, maybe they should recast this character. Hey, there's more story to tell here. And people tend to get really, really defensive and really, really upset and really, really irritated and take it really to the extreme. That's what I've noticed, at least online and in different circles. So I kind of knew that tonight's episode was going to be controversial. And on the thumbnail, I have three very popular actors who performed roles arguably irreplaceably in the eyes of a lot of people, and that's Chadwick Boseman for Black Panther, Carrie Fisher for Princess Leia, and Heath Ledger for the Joker from Christopher Nolan's Dark Knight films. And there's other actors as well, and actresses, but the point I kind of wanted to focus on those three, particularly being that they come from major franchises, and Black Panther being the most immediate, since Black Panther only had one film, and there's still a lot of story to tell in the Black Panther mythology. So I guess I'm going to start with you, Johnny. How do you feel about the prospect of possibly replacing Chadwick Boseman as T'Challa?
Well, it's definitely the most difficult one, in my opinion, because I am still gutted thinking about what happened to Chadwick. I did not know he was ill until he was gone. And it's heartbreaking to think that, somebody that was that active and that badass as an action star, was taken, at such a young age. But I agree. I think that there is a lot that needs to be done, and the idea that people float that, like, oh, they could just make his sister the new Black Panther and have Siri be Claus in the film, that's neat and everything, but like, she should have her own film saga. And I really want to see T'Challa portrayed more. And one thing that's not helping is the amazing What If series, where they keep having Chadwick Boseman doing voices posthumously for the character, and it's tearing me up. So that one, I'm not sure how they're going to move along with. I have a neat idea for the Carrie Fisher one, but like the Chadwick Boseman, like, I think that at some point they're going to have to put on the big boy pants and recast. I mean, I don't see another way to do it, because he is such an integral and important part of the MCU and the comic book universe too, as well. You know what I mean? He's a hugely popular character, so they're definitely going to need to do something with it. And I don't know, like, how much they can just keep CGIing him and trying to get people that sound like him to try to replicate him in film. I don't know how that's going to work for the long term, if at all.
Yeah. There's only so much they can do. Although with digital technology, you can, and that's a topic we can get in later, where you can legitimately now resurrect a dead actor digitally and give and get away with some sort of performance through computers. And I want to welcome Tim Tapp to the live stream. Tim, welcome, man. It's good to see you. What's going on, brother?
Wow, hello. Thanks for having me. I saw this and I was like, "Ooh, this should be fun."
Yeah, this is a topic that I seriously think needs to be addressed, and I completely agree with everything you said, Johnny. I think at some point, you gotta just understand that for a character's legacy to carry on, you have to allow for other actors to take up the mantle. That's not taking anything away from, since we're talking about Black Panther right now, that's not taking anything away from Chadwick Boseman. Chadwick Boseman started it. He created the legacy, but to say that he's the only actor capable of playing T'Challa is ludicrous. You know how many actors there are that can do a job, that can play a role, that can make it their own, that can bring a character to life? To me, it's just ridiculous when you're just starting out with a character and you're building towards something, and you have an opportunity, and there's a lot, and like I said, there's a lot of actors out there that they could look into. So I'm going to go with you next, Bat Dan. How do you feel about the prospect of recasting Black Panther?
So I mean, like Johnny Alpha, I've been watching What If too, and seeing Chadwick Boseman in that role, oh my god, it is hard to kind of picture a kind of recasting. And me personally, I'm not a big fan of recasting in general in the same continuity, because to me, unless there's like an explanation, it kind of hurts continuity to me. Like this person magically morphed into that person. So me, I'm not a fan of recasting unless you can offer some sort of explanation for it. Like let's say Black Panther 2, you have the start of, Chadwick Boseman in a suit, face covered, and then he gets in some sort of accident, and then they have to, get plastic surgery and whatnot, and bada boom, bada bing, different person. So,
yeah, well, what you just described is actually something that is plausible, in my opinion, in regards to when you think about Wakanda technology, and you think about the things that they, that they're known to do, all the magical technology that exists in Wakanda makes it very, very possible for something like that. Yeah, his face gets damaged beyond repair, and they have to do some things, and he ends up looking a little bit different, but you still get the idea and know that it's him at the end. That's wouldn't be a bad way to go, honestly. And it is a comic book movie series, so it's not like, and the fact that, and here's the thing, this is a movie that made a lot of money, so you're going to get at least 2 more sequels out of this movie, depending on how well the next one does. So the idea that, you're going to just tell the story without him, and this is my question, if they don't recast him, how are they going to get away with explaining his absence? And like Johnny said, it's only going to take you so far with, like CGI inserts and getting sound alikes to use his voice, or using snippets or deleted sequences from the previous films he was in. I mean, I don't know how they justify that. So Tim, I want to go to you and get your opinion on this. What do you think about Black Panther, being that it's a young franchise and it's a newly established character? What do you think about the idea of recasting?
2 words: deep fake. But no, it's you've all, I assume all of us have read comics, right? And
of course,
when say Death of Superman ended and Dan Jurgens wasn't on the property anymore, a new artist came in, right? And so then Superman was drawn a bit differently. Not everybody draws like Dan Jurgens. So, he looks a bit different. Like, I think for me personally, the recasting, I don't think it's a bad thing. I think it's only been considered more of an issue as a recent advent. Because it's like, for better and for worse, like the success of Marvel films are more or less kind of rewriting what's allowed in perspective in films, in franchises specifically. Can you start a film with just an ensemble right out the gate, or do you need solo movies? Are you allowed to have a movie that's more somber, more stoic, or does it have to have not necessarily humor, but specific joke moments? You know what I mean? Like what's creatively allowed. And so for me, it's like, look, the easiest option is to recast. You know what I mean? It's just like the thing is like, and there's already a precedent already. Now there's built-in universe, kind of like what Bad Dan says, but the Matrix Resurrections just had an interview, had a trailer come out. In Matrix Revolutions, in between filming, the actress sadly passed away. So though the character is, spoiler alert, it is a program, she's the mother of the Matrix, she is in theory allowed to change form, but they had another woman take the role. So there's already precedence on a big scale. Like, you're allowed to do that. And, there's also a thing where it's like, look, as an audience member, if you're not really comfortable, you don't have to watch. You know what I mean? And it's like, and besides, there's the thing of what audiences will be open to. But, we also know audiences don't exactly look after each other either. It's usually, well, here's what I want to see. It's my movie ticket. I don't care if you like it. I like it.
Straight up.
Not my Superman. This is my Superman, so it don't matter. No.
Well, and we also know in the case of the new Matrix sequel that there's a younger actress replacing the Oracle, and there's also a younger actor replacing Morpheus. And again, Lawrence Fishburne didn't pass away, and they're replacing the actor for different reasons. Clearly,
he wanted to do it. He
wanted to do it. So that's another debate. That's another question, because the actor is still alive and fully wanted to come back and was more than willing to come back. So it really made no sense, not to bring him back in some capacity. In the case of the Matrix, I have to wonder if maybe they're going to do something special with Morpheus, and we may yet see Lawrence Fishburne appear in the movie at some point. I don't know. I mean, it's just weird. Like, because, like you said, because he didn't pass away, so it's kind of like, you know, you didn't really have to replace him. They didn't even ask him if you listen to what he said. So it's like, how would you feel though? That franchise was such a big part of his life. And he's not even asked to come back for the new one. Like
he's not even doing anything controversial. He's just existing, and they're just like, no.
Well, yeah. Last I saw, he was doing straight to video movies with Nicolas Cage.
And isn't he doing like Broadway? I thought he's doing like Broadway. He's been doing like plays and stuff.
And that's cool. It's just, you know, it's just odd. It's like, you know, as far as like, and like kind of going back to like the Chadwick Boseman thing, like, look, from a narrative standpoint, it's like you really are, outside of just avoiding him entirely, as in like you only have characters come away, like he's off screen, like T'Challa sent me here, right? And like you avoid Wakanda for the time being. It's like you're not, and I would even consider this, because it's like, again, audience not really, they think about themselves, but not necessarily at all times. The actors, a lot of actors are fine with roles being recast. A lot of actors are really okay. Like, how many people really don't know if Carrie Fisher was not okay with a CGI version of herself? Like, I don't know Carrie Fisher. All I know is she went through some hard times, did some unsavory things, and then she came out okay, and now she's not with them. All right? So it's like, but who are we to say what's, you know what I mean? It's a unique conversation, and sometimes as audience members, we can get really possessive. But it's like, you know, it's like I'm saying recasting Chadwick is not off the table, because he is not bigger than the franchise. Because if he was bigger than the Marvel Universe, we would have had him before the Avengers, but we didn't. Yeah, they shoehorned him in Captain America: Dawn of Justice. Civil War.
Dawn of Justice.
Right? So
yeah.
it's like we got to pick. You know, you can pick and choose when integrity in the arts come and go, but it's like, you know, are we being consistent or not? You know what I mean? So it's like, I'd say it's fine. It's fine to recast it. It's fine.
Exactly. And like I said, it's not like there's not a lot of competent actors out there who could do the job. You could find another actor who could fulfill the role and do Chadwick Boseman's legacy proud, because he started the character. I'm sure he didn't pass away feeling like no one is ever going to play Black Panther again because of me. I mean,
he probably hate that, honestly.
He created the legacy. He was the first person. He's not supposed to be the only person to ever play the role. And that's where I get irritated, because I feel like he's only done one solo film. It's not like he's done 5 or 6 of them, and they're like, oh, he's the only man who can play the role. So that brings me to you, Prime. I'm glad you're here, and I want to know, man. I want to know what you think about all this. What do you think about Black Panther and the prospects of T'Challa being recast?
I mean, people that get mad about it are absolutely idiots, because Chadwick is deceased. So who else you got? It's not about being recast. You got to get somebody else to play the character. He's deceased, so you got to bring in another person to do it. So I mean, people getting the attitude about this, about about the character getting recast, and hey, I really don't know what the problem is. I mean, I think it's a good idea. Just get somebody that can play the role very good. I mean, he set the bar playing T'Challa. I mean, it's gonna be kind of odd not seeing him as playing T'Challa, but it is what it is. I mean, the man is deceased. So, I mean, what can you do about it? There's nothing you can actually do unless
you never. So that means we never, you never use the character of T'Challa again in the Marvel universe. If you go with that logic, that's it. And essentially he just disappears from continuity, because what are they gonna? They're gonna just keep using like sound alikes to like throw in bits and pieces to show that he's still out there somewhere. I'm really, really interested to see how they're gonna write his character out of this next film, because I kind of feel like the sister is, because in comic books we all know that she became, she eventually became Shuri. She eventually became the new Black Panther, right? Yeah, okay. But that doesn't happen. But that doesn't happen right away. That takes some time. That's something that. So it's going to be interesting to see how they transition away from what they originally had planned for Black Panther 2 to what they eventually decided to do due to Chadwick Boseman's passing.
I mean, with Boseman's passing, but what I'm saying is that they can't get rid of T'Challa.
Not now.
Not now, because he's a major character in the MCU right now. So, and I mean, a lot of people really like the character. The only thing that people have to realize and just understand is that he's not playing the character anymore. The man is dead. So, I mean, what can you do? You have to recast the character. I don't know why. And if Pete, like I said before, if people are getting upset and tripping out and wigging out about it, they got issues. I mean, now, if he was alive and, and they chose to recast him because it was like differences and then people felt a different way, I will understand that. This is no choice. This is nothing to even think about. This is nothing to even cross your mind. He's deceased. So you have to bring in another person to play the character. And T'Challa, like I said, I like T'Challa a lot. It's going to be different because he's not playing it, but I like T'Challa a lot. So my thing is that you got to keep him in the loop. The only question is that how will they do Black Panther 2? That's going to be my question. How will they actually do it? Because I'm not really into Black Panther like that, so I really don't know too much about the comic books. So, hey, I don't. I know of the character. I know what he was about. I'm not really into that universe like that. But whatever other foe that they're going to bring upon, in it, that'll be great. But other than that, hey, I'm all for it. I mean, we get somebody else to play the role and let it go from there. That's all I can say.
Yeah, and Kupi Malik makes a good point here. He says, well, Marvel did replace Edward Norton with Mark Ruffalo for Bruce Banner. That one went well enough, so I guess we could have a Black Panther played by another actor other than Chadwick Boseman.
No,
Rhodey got 2 shades darker.
Well, that comparison is a bad comparison because for the simple fact is that when Ed Norton played Banner, a lot of people really didn't go out to go see it. You got to remember, Ruffalo was in a lot of movies, so people got accustomed to it. Norton was only in one movie? So he was only in one Hulk movie. And the direction that he wanted to go with the source material of the Hulk. And Marvel and Disney didn't want him to do that because it would have been too hardcore. So that's the reason why he wasn't liking that the way they was representing the character. That's the reason why he stopped playing the character. And you see what we got with Ruffalo playing the character. I'm not saying Ruffalo did a bad job. I'm just talking about the way they.
I am. I'm saying that Ruffalo, in comparison to what Edward Norton wanted to do and what Edward Norton gave us a preview of, Ruffalo is horrible. Was a horrible replacement.
right. But what I'm saying is that Norton, what he was doing was he was going to do the source material, and they. Marvel and Disney, they said that was too hardcore because he was going by source material. He was going real hardcore in the full elements of Banner and the Hulk. Yes. They didn't like that direction. So that's when they recasted Ruffalo to play the part. People started to adjust. You got to remember, Norton was only in one movie. Ruffalo was in 7? So, I mean, you got to think about he was in 7 movies. So people got accustomed to it. Now, true Hulk fans or whatever, I truly, well, I've never really heard any Hulk fans bitch and complain about it, but me knowing how the Hulk is, from what I know, see, that's not the Hulk. The Hulk has never been like that. He's not no funny character like that. He's just not. So they turned him into a different type of character. No, the Hulk is ruthless. but they didn't want to go in that direction with
Yes,
the
the
character.
Hulk is ruthless, and he's ruthless, he's intelligent, and he's tragic. Those are
Yeah,
all the three things that you get from the Hulk that Edward Norton was trying to give you, and
yep.
you're not going to get anything like that from the Disney version with Mark Ruffalo. But I think the idea here is that there's a lot of story to tell with T'Challa. There's a lot more mythology there. So I think they need him. I don't think it's a question of, well, we can just move things along with his sister and we can have her take over whatever, and that's all well and good, and I was thinking that was going to happen somewhere down the line, but not yet. I mean, I would figure like if when they get to like the fourth or fifth Black Panther film, they would do something like that. But you got to give T'Challa you got to give him at least a trilogy if you want to make people, embrace the character, and you want to keep that legacy alive. You don't want to just, destroy the legacy simply because the actor passed away. And that's where I think they make where they make a lot of their mistakes, when you see people come out on the production team saying things like that, like, oh, nobody could ever replace Chadwick Boseman. Well, no, nobody can ever replace him, but you do need to replace T'Challa because somebody else does need to take up that mantle. You're never going to be able to replace the actor because the actor's beloved and whatever. No, we're not talking about replacing the actor. We're talking about replacing the character, the actor who plays the character. There's a difference. Yeah,
it's a very, very big difference, and that's why I was saying prior that I don't like to keep on repeating as a dead horse. If people out there and y'all tripping about because it's a new character or whatever like that, y'all fucking insane. Y'all are fucking ridiculous people. Y'all are stupid because Chadwick is dead. If he wasn't dead, he'll still be playing the role. So that's what I'm saying. If he wasn't dead, he will still be playing a role. So people need to get off of their little whatever and go with real life.
Unless because we're talking about Disney here, unless they want to resurrect him CGI for the rest of the time they plan on using them. I mean, like if they want to, like Neo 7 says down here, like Grand Moff Tarkin from Star Wars for like Rogue One and stuff. So unless you want to go that route and you want to have to do that for every single movie, and then you got to get an actor who sounds like Chadwick Boseman. And
what Reese says here is pretty spot on. I could see them.
Now this works too. Yeah. Another T'Challa from within the multiverse should replace him, since it wouldn't affect anything. Chadwick's Black Panther still would be that world's T'Challa.
But that would be work though, honestly, because that T'Challa wouldn't have gone through the same journey that the MCU's T'Challa has gone through.
Right. And that's what I'm saying.
But what Marvel has established is that they have a multiverse, and they have these mirror universes in which things happen almost exactly the same, with just one or two minor differences and that type of thing. So who's to say you can't have something happen to Chadwick Boseman's Black Panther, where he gets like caught in a time loop and gets replaced by someone else? It just to me, it's like they've got to have some way in universe to explain his disappearance. And like you said, Dan, the change with the actor, I don't think it would necessarily be too jarring, because everybody knows that the actor passed away. So there's really nothing you could, at that point, there's really nothing you could do. It's not like you can resurrect him unless you want to keep using CGI. So I don't. That's the only way. CGI.
I don't think he wears his mask the entire time.
Yeah. You just have a stuntman in a mask the entire time,
wearing a green screen mask. But to quote our buddy Integrity, man, like eventually, recasting Chadwick Boseman, it's inevitable.
Yeah. I don't see unless, and here's the thing. I know, like at the time they didn't want to do that because they were still, they're still grieving and all that, and they're not thinking about that. They're just thinking about respecting Chadwick. But at this point now, now you have to think about the franchise as a whole. You got to think about the character's legacy and where he stands in your universe. Because most of us on this panel are not the world's biggest MCU fans. But if you're gonna look at
they took the time to bring him back to life in Endgame.
Right. So. Exactly. They could. Right. And that's the thing. They didn't know. It was like allegedly nobody at all from Marvel or Disney knew that Chadwick Boseman was sick. Nobody knew.
Right.
So that in and of itself was the situation. It's like there's so many things they could have did. And I love the point you brought up, Johnny, about the What If cartoons where they keep using him and he's literally voicing Black Panther, a different version of Black Panther, and almost every single one of these that he pops up in, it's a different universe version. And that's one of the reasons I think they're pushing this What If thing so much, because they want to get you used to the idea of having alternate versions of characters for reasons like this, when they have to recast, when they have to, they have to come up with some in canon reason why you have a different actor in the Black Panther suit or whatever. And so now I want to, transition away from Black Panther and talk a little bit about Carrie Fisher, because she's iconic in Star Wars as Princess Leia. And I was one of the people who would have been on board with recasting her for the last Star Wars movie. And I'm going to tell you why I think she should have been recast. Because Princess Leia had a role, had an actual part to play in the final film. And I think that the movie would have been better if they would have been able to use Princess Leia's character the way that they wanted to in the final film. And I also think that they could have cast somebody. There was rumors going around that they were talking about possibly casting Meryl Streep to play Princess Leia for the final film. And I would have been, and to be honest, full transparency, I would have been okay with that. Because I feel like just because the actress or the actor passes away doesn't mean that the character has to be removed or sidelined. And I don't think what they ended up doing with Carrie Fisher's outtakes from previous films in the last Star Wars film was justifiable. I don't think that was a good way to use her character at all. I think they would have been better off. They would have been better off recasting her if they actually wanted to give her a story. But that's just my view. Go ahead, Prime.
I would say this. You got a point there, but you have to look at it like this. You're right. Leia should not be dead. I do agree with that. But you have to look at Carrie Fisher has played this character since the jump. So if you tried to bring somebody else in, and you already know how Star Wars fans are. I'm a Star Wars fan.
I know.
I'm a Star Wars fan. I'm not like a super hardcore fan like I am with DC. I like Star Wars, but I'm not into it like that. But I know of it, so I know the basis. But I would say with the hardcore fans and the people, if you would have brought somebody in, but you had a point though to keep Leia going, because I truly believe that Leia still would have had a crucial role in that universe, a very crucial role.
Exactly.
So, and the only reason why they killed her off is because she has played Leia for so long. And if they did recast her, it would have been like a huge uproar about, well, why'd you do that? Blah, blah, blah. Because, some people are not going to be understanding. It's like, well, we did it out of respect for Carrie Fisher because it is her character. She embodied that character.
Right. So, and that's why that's why you would recast her with somebody on the levels, an actress with the caliber and the acting chops to pull it off. You don't just see, and that's my thing. If you can get a really good, competent replacement, like I said, they were talking about Meryl Streep possibly, and I honestly feel like that would have been fine. That would have worked out well for an older Princess Leia at that time in her life for the role that she was playing at that point in the film. That's where I was with that. I was like, I don't think it would have been disrespectful at all. I think it would have been a way to honor her legacy and allow the character to continue. And that's where that's what I don't understand. It's like when the actor or actress passes away, they don't want their character to be forgotten. They don't want these characters that they invested all their time and their lifeblood into to just evaporate because they died like all mortal people do. They want their characters to be immortalized and to continue on, right? So I mean, it's kind of, I feel like it's kind of disrespectful not to continue the character just simply because the actor or actress passes away. But that's just my view.
And I agree with you. Now, I will say this. I understand what Kennedy was doing, and I understand what Kennedy is doing and what Disney is doing. I understand all the hate that people get on Kennedy and stuff like that, but people have to understand is that this Star Wars, that goddamn household's got my throat. That I understand what they're trying to do. They're trying to bring on a new batch for a new generation. So they're trying to get all the old stuff out and try to replace it with the new to keep it going. But it was the way it was executed. The way they executed it was not a very good way of executing it. So that's just my opinion. Some people may think
poor
different.
execution. It was totally poor execution.
Yeah,
the sequel trilogy was just not well put together. It was offbeat, like a square dance done on acid.
Right. I would say
this. I would say this. Like when I watched, which one was that one? Which the one when Han died? Which one was that?
Force Awakens.
Force Awakens.
You say what?
Force Awakens.
Force Awakens. Okay. Han Solo was my favorite character. Okay. I mean, and now maybe, okay, tell me if y'all agree. I believe that they killed Han Solo off because Harrison Ford didn't want to fuck with the character no more. He was done with it.
Harrison Ford wanted the character to be killed off. That's pretty much been.
Oh, for real? Okay. So with that being, so if he wanted the character to be killed off, okay, I understand that. But the way that Han went out, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's and the thing is, like, they didn't have their whole thing planned out. Like, these movies were being made with like the left hand not doing what the right hand was doing. Like, basically, I think we've all like heard about the original skeleton idea that Lucas had with like Kira and the Jedi Killer, and it was like basically like it's basically the Last Jedi, but like better. And it's like you have more Leia doing Force stuff. So it's like if they really care about like Leia stuff, you basically drop Force Awakens, right? You slot the last quote unquote Last Jedi in, and you have a bunch of Leia, Luke, and Kira stuff, just a bunch of cool Force stuff happening with the Jedi Killer. You know what I mean? And it's just like kind of does all this stuff. And then you have a ton of Leia to work with, and she's doing Force stuff. And they basically threw all that away because they weren't really sure what to do. So they played it ultra safe, and they just got diminishing returns and a fractured fan base in return.
Yep. You know what? What you saying that, Tim, I'm gonna say this. The only thing with the new Star Wars that got me, not only with the Han thing, was that they didn't go in depth with Leia enough.
No.
Because how is she stronger than Luke?
Modern.
I mean, they implied she knows how to use the Force, but they never touch on it.
That's what I'm saying. That was my thing. It was just like, how is Leia stronger than Luke? That's my thing. How does she even become a Jedi Master? How does she even become stronger than Luke?
I love Batman. I love Batman's answer. Modern woke politics. Yeah, pretty much.
That's why. I mean, if you watch Supergirl on CW, Supergirl was stronger than Superman because you can't have the man be stronger than the woman anymore, even if they have more experience.
Well, and the thing was, they were gonna, because like they flirted with the idea in what we got, but what was gonna be explored in Lucas's thing is the idea of non-Sith, non-Jedi, Force users. Yes. We were like, because the whole thing is like, well, do you have to be a Sith or a Jedi to learn the Force? And Leia's role was to be like, you can be neither and use the Force. And we never got that. We never got it.
But that don't make no sense because where did she get her training from?
Well,
that was my even though she can sense the Force, I get that because Luke and her are twins. I get that. But where did she get her training for her to even control the Force? Because the only person that could train her is Luke. So that's my thing. But if Luke went into exile and he was only training what the fuck is Leia's son name?
Ben.
Ben. Yeah, if Luke was training Ben and that's what he was doing, then I'm like, now did they train when they were younger? I wish they would have dabbled into that so we could understand just like, is she a Jedi? Did she flirt with the dark side? Did she have any temptations from it? I mean, I would like to know that because the way they perceive it, even though there's right with the woke shit, I still want to know how the fuck Leia's stronger than Luke.
They were.
There is no way she's stronger than Luke.
There's an interview, if y'all can find it. It's James Cameron talking with George Lucas, and he lays out in broad terms exactly where he was going to go as far as exploring the Force, because that's what the next sequels were really going to do, is really exploring the Force and just expand the scope. But then, like, you know, things went where they went, because they didn't explore all that. They didn't explore, like, because you can't really just drop that line, she's stronger than Luke, and just walk away.
That's what they were trying to do. That's what they were trying to do.
That's the only thing. I'm like, what? And then they didn't even go. It's like, don't get me wrong. The Star Wars stuff was entertaining. I'm not deep into it. It's just certain things I like to understand on it. But I would say just certain things need to be explained for me a little bit better, especially with what are the new characters and the way they was trying to make it. Is like, I understand you're trying to bring all the new people in with the new people in the rebellion, and you trying to have Rey be the new Skywalker and all this shit. So I'm like, okay, I get it. You're trying to get it for a new generation, but how are you going to build on that? And where are you going to go with that? Because pretty much everybody is dead. Sidious is gone. You know what?
That's it last time.
Yeah, you're right. Is he? Yeah, that's a good question. I think he.
Yeah. Well, you know, we never know. They might pull another Scooby-Doo moment on us and bring somebody else back who died. Because I heard that J.J. Abrams wanted to bring back Darth Vader, but Disney wouldn't let him. So
what? No. Wait. Time out. Vader is dead.
They could recast him. They could recast him. Come on, bring him back. Recast him.
well, you know that's why we're gonna get a lot of. But that's the thing, we're gonna get a lot of Darth Vader in this Obi-Wan Kenobi TV show. So you're gonna get a lot of Vader there. So
that's understandable because that's Anakin. So how can you make? Oh my God. I can understand Disney. And what they're trying to do. Vader is dead. Anakin is dead. Unless somebody just so happened to take up. I don't know how they're gonna do that.
They find the Dragon Balls. They wish him back.
There you go. They wish him back. They get all 7 of them. They bring
all 7 of them, and that's what the movie will be called: Star Wars 7. Star Wars the 7. It'll bring them all back. Yeah, it'll just be like, you know, all these dead characters will be brought back to life, and essentially, yeah.
But you know, but like I said before, it's like, look, you know, if the actors are okay, like I don't know for sure, like Carrie might have been just fine with the 3D character. Like, how do we know she wasn't into the idea? Like, if an actor's into the idea of their likeness being used, obviously the studio would have to work it out with the estate specifically to figure out likeness use. But you know, if they're okay with it, it's like, you know,
I don't think they would have had a problem with it. I don't think the family would have had a problem with it. I think that Disney probably would have had a problem with it because of budget.
Oh yeah, it'll be expensive. It'll be extremely expensive.
It'll be extremely expensive. So that'll probably be it. I don't think the family probably will have a problem with it because, like I said, you're still representing her legacy, playing that character. Now you could slowly fade her out, but fading out Princess Leia, and she's head of. Let me see. She's supposedly a Jedi now. She's an admiral. She's an admiral now. So I mean, she's leader of the rebellion. She's a head admiral. She's a Jedi master. So I mean, they could have did a whole bunch of stuff with it. I mean, with the character, they easily fade her out. They could fade her out through time, but hey, they could have did it. But I think it's budget though, because it would have been highly expensive to do that. With all that, just to keep it going. But other than that, hey, time will tell. We'll see what they do with the Star Wars. Like I said, you'll never get a Star Wars from a book or nothing like that. We'll never get no real hardcore Star Wars stuff. We ain't gonna never get that. That ain't gonna happen.
I think the market for hard sci-fi is like it's shrinking up. I don't think it really ever was a mainstream market. That's why, like,
this Dune movie is not going to make it mainstream either.
It's too hardcore book sci-fi. Like, it's really hardcore sci-fi that's not mainstream.
Yeah, no, it's not going to be. It's going to be. I think that this Dune movie is going to essentially appeal to fans of the actual book. And if you don't know the book and you're not familiar with any of the Dune lore, you're going to be lost. I think, because this movie looks like they're just. I don't know. This is, got to remember, this is the director that did the Blade Runner sequel. So this is a guy who's not going to. I mean, obviously. He loves the source material, so he's not gonna make, he's not gonna play games either, because look at what happened when they tried to do Dune in 1984. Look at what happened with David Lynch. He walked away, took his name off of the movie because he didn't he didn't like the way the studio kept meddling and kept telling him what to do. That's not the movie he wanted to make. Again, this happens all the time, right? So when you're looking at a movie like this where it's going to be hardcore sci-fi, I agree with you, Tim. I think we're at a point where sci-fi being mainstream in that way is just not not a reality anymore. This is why Star Wars has to be more action fantasy. It has to be less sci-fi. It has to be more simple. Yeah, more simple. Yeah, like almost Flash Gordon like, in that it just has a simple plot that's easy to follow, and they need to just get rid of all the intricacies and things like that. I don't know, but Johnny, what do you think about Carrie Fisher? You think they should have recasted her for the last film?
I think they had a really simple thing that they could have did, and they messed up. And our buddy Marcus Cruz would have been all about this. I think they could have got Millie Bobby Brown. They could have had her did the acting, and they could have just went over her with the little CGI brush, made her look a little older. And I think that they could have had Princess Leia in the film, because Millie Bobby Brown looks and sounds almost exactly like Carrie Fisher.
She looks like she could be her daughter. She does look like she could be.
Yeah.
And
I think you've got a great point there. Yeah. Wow. And it would have been very simple too, and very tasteful. And honestly, I think it would have worked. I agree with you guys. I wanna now transition over to talking a little bit about Heath Ledger, because that's another character where there's a different element there, because he played the Joker. And, Christopher Nolan had big plans for the Joker for the final film in his Dark Knight trilogy. And due to Heath Ledger's passing, he was forced to change it, and we ended up getting the movie that we got. Do you guys on the panel think that Christopher Nolan should have recast Heath Ledger?
No,
No.
I don't see why. I think that it was
I'm not
great that
against
he had
it.
different villains for each film, and I think Heath Ledger played his part well. And I really think that, like, I know that like they wanted him to come back and kind of do what the Scarecrow did in Rises, but I think Cillian Murphy nailed it as the Scarecrow, and we didn't really need to have another Joker. You know what I mean? They hinted at him maybe being in the film, and even though he didn't show up, it didn't hurt my feelings. I thought that there was enough to Rises that it didn't need to have the fucking Joker shoehorned in as well.
Yeah,
but,
I was,
Does that mean that was the
but here's my
original
problem.
concept
Here's my
of the
problem
movie?
continuity wise. Where the hell was the Joker during all this?
The
I
graphic
mean, that's
novel,
true.
The novel explains that. The novel says that essentially because of the Dent Act, every prisoner from Arkham was released into prison except for the Joker. He was the one prisoner still in Arkham. So when Bane broke out the prisoners, Arkham wasn't on that list.
that makes sense.
What was the original concept before The Dark Knight Rises? Because like that's the thing, like Bane wasn't originally there.
No, it wasn't Bane. It was the final showdown. It was going to be the final showdown between Batman and the Joker. It was going to be between those two, and then there was going to be more with Two-Face. So the two villains were going to be Two-Face and the Joker.
That
Okay.
just been too redundant, though. That's the thing. Like that's why I'm against that recasting. Not so much because the recasting's wrong. It's just that, in my opinion, too, recasting should never be like a first choice either. Like if there was like a minor role that could be done by another character, I still think that should kind of be like the default. I don't think it should always be the first choice. I just don't think it should also be completely the last choice.
I think it should be dictated by the story. I think if you have more story to tell with that character, then you need to recast. If you don't have more story to tell and you can get away with doing like what Christopher Nolan did in The Dark Knight Rises and you were able to work around it, and I would say that that's debatable because a lot of people seem to feel that The Dark Knight Rises is the weakest of the three films. So the idea that they weren't able to accomplish everything that they wanted to because they didn't have Heath Ledger. The idea is, did it make a difference? Could you have recasted him? And if you recasted him, who would you have got to recast him at that point?
I don't think it wouldn't have been a good idea to recast him because
he was too popular at the time, right?
Well, no, Heath Ledger, the way he portrayed Joker and what he did in that movie was that would have been a dramatic drop. So if you would have recast it, you got to look at it for two. I'm gonna think like Nolan right now. Let's say with this, let's just say if he already wrote two scripts. So he wrote one with the Joker and he wrote one with Bane. Okay. But the one with the Joker, which one he liked it better, he was going to use that script. With Ledger's passing, that forced him to do the Bane script. But let's just say you want to stick with the Joker script after Ledger, what you're talking about. But then you had to recast the character. Depending on how much the Joker was going to be in the actual story was going to be the question. But this is the kicker. That performance that Ledger did, you're not topping that. Ain't nobody going to top that. You're going to have to do something completely different.
That would be a
so, and then on top of that, that would have been like, let's just say you go to the movie, even though people are, well, we know Ledger did pass away, but that would be a downgrade by putting it in. There wouldn't be no knock on the actual recasting person playing the Joker, but that would have been some huge shoes.
Right, because whoever they got would have had to basically be playing. This actor would have had to be playing Heath Ledger's Joker. It would have essentially have been this actor playing off of the performance that Heath Ledger had before, because he wouldn't have been able to be a completely new take because you have to have the continuity from the previous film. So that in that instance, unlike the T'Challa situation where, T'Challa is the lead in the Black Panther film, the Joker is a secondary character, and there's plenty of other Batman villains that can be used, so you didn't necessarily need to recast. But if it would have came down to the studio mandating that the Joker be in the third film, I really believe that Nolan would have walked away. I don't think he would have made the film.
Well, he didn't want to
I think what they've
mention
been better for
Joker.
them is to like remove Bane from the equation and just have it focused on Talia and the League of Assassins to do the full circle thing.
Yeah,
That's a good idea too. I was thinking about that too, doing a full circle of the League of Assassins. But it was good that they put Bane in there though, because I like the dude that played Bane. He did a good job. He did an excellent
Tom Hardy's
job.
great.
Yeah, he did an excellent job playing Bane. And some people don't like Batman Rises. I actually like it. It's kind of hard to like the number. It's kind. Oh well, it's subjective for everybody. I love Batman Rises. It's good to me. So I mean, it's. I look at it. I look at Batman Rises as, if you go back and watch it, if you choose. It's been a while since I've seen it, but I enjoyed it. If I had to choose between, it is the weaker one, but I still enjoyed it. It goes Dark Knight, Begins, Rises. So, and sometimes it's kind of Dark Knight, you can shift Begins and Dark Knight. Why? It's just because of Heath Ledger's performance of the Joker. It's just you can't even shift it.
Batman Begins is aged really nicely. Like,
yes, it did.
I don't know.
Very well.
Depending on the day, I might like that more than Dark Knight.
For real?
Yeah, Batman Begins, it's so well put together. It is just
it really is. That's why I'm saying it's hard, but then you gotta take in consideration Ledger's performance of the Joker. It's just the simple. It's just, oh man.
That's what kind of carries the Dark Knight, though, is Ledger's performance of the Joker. Because I'd say without like Ledger's performance, then I would probably say Batman Begins is better. But Ledger's performance really takes it to another level.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's oh man, and that's why it's so hard for me to put Begins. I love Batman Begins. I love that movie so much. It's ridiculous. And this the kicker. it's the thing about it. I'm trying to remember, because it's been a while since I've seen Begins. I like the way that Nolan went into more detail now in the pop culture when he did Batman Begins to showcase and tell people what happened. How did he get the way that he was? And I hope, that's why I wish if we so happen to get it, which we might, we never know. But if Ben Affleck's version goes a little bit more in detail with what Batman, how he got this, how he got that, where did he get to this point? Because Nolan, what he did was that he showcased that he went to college early. He was a gone for 7 years. They showed with him being with the League of Shadows. Well, League of Assassins, if we want to go comic accurate, but in the movie they call it the League of Shadows. But
Batman doesn't kill y'all. Batman doesn't.
Right,
Yeah,
I mean, everybody just loves Batman so much, man. It's just a simple fact is it's just, but it is what it is.
Right. I think that's why they changed the name from League of Assassins to League of Shadows, because they wanted to hammer home that point that Batman doesn't kill, right? Isn't that the whole idea? Like if you're gonna say he was trained by the League of Assassins,
he's trained by killers.
He's trained by killers to kill. So you're gonna call it the League of Shadows to be able to take away from that and kind of seep in a little bit with that old Neil Adams type of stuff. Batman.
Exactly.
I think people misunderstood when he said, "I'm not an executioner." I think people took that as to mean I won't kill. It's like, no, he said he's not an executioner. Because each of the Batman movies, you're like, look, as far as it's concerned, he killed Harvey Dent in The Dark Knight. He speared him Goldberg style off the balcony onto the dirt. Like that's one.
And he killed Ra's al Ghul too. He killed him by not saving him.
No one told him to get on that train.
yeah, it was his fault.
Yeah. And also, don't forget when he saved, or at the time who he thought was Ducard, he burned a building, and I'm sure plenty of those Shadow members died in that building.
Oh yeah.
And Talia. Don't forget he killed Talia.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you shoot those rockets at her. He's like,
yeah. I think he has a higher kill count, honestly, than Ben Affleck's Batman. There's like one image I see where they show that Ben Affleck or Christian Bale's Batman has a higher kill count on screen than Ben Affleck's.
You know, it's like it's all good, but like he didn't say he wouldn't take it up. He just said he's not an executioner. It's basically he's a big fan of manslaughter, not really like deliberate. He's just kind of a manslaughter guy.
Right. He's not gonna do. He's not one of those people that's gonna go out and out of his way to murder you. But if he has to kill you, oh well.
Unless you're the Joker. Like in the Dark Knight, he saved Joker. He went out of his way to save that guy.
Yeah, I mean, people. That's why I said, man, you can't. Me personally, I don't argue with people that really don't read source material, especially when it come down to a lot of stuff pertaining to DC stuff. A lot of individuals they don't, because some cats they just thought that the place that Bruce was trained was called the League of Shadows because of the movie. I'm like, no, you read comics, it's the League of Assassins. And on top of that, the Ra's al Ghul that was portrayed in the Nolan version, that's not how Ra's doesn't do stuff like that. Ra's is pretty much at the actual temple. He's pretty much there most of the time. So when you think about it, they didn't even dab. Well, they did talk about the Lazarus Pit and stuff like that, but they really didn't showcase it. So it was, it really all depends on everybody's outlook or perspective on it, but people, I really don't argue with people that don't know the social material.
Let's talk a little bit about Batman as a character. Look at all the times that Batman has been recast. Batman has been recast so many times, it's absolutely ridiculous. So what do we have when we look at Batman, guys? We know that if the actor playing Batman, the current actor playing Batman right now, Robert Pattinson, if God forbid something were to happen to him between this movie coming out and the next Batman movie after that, if they wanted to make a sequel with him, they would have no problem recasting him because Batman as a character has traditionally been recast over and over and over again, and they're not going to stop recasting Batman because Batman is their cash cow. So he's like the exception to every rule. They'll be recasting Batman till the end of time. That's my
exactly. I mean,
reboots.
I mean, yeah, it's gonna be. It's never going to stop just because of with the character and who he is.
Well, and Daniel Martin makes a great point here. He said Batman played by 3 different actors in 3 somewhat sequels. When you take into account Keaton, Val Kilmer, and George Clooney, you have 3 different actors who essentially were playing Batman, the same Batman in the same timeline. Yeah, essentially.
That's if you consider Trevor and Robin.
And my thing, you know what? And out of all that, I'm gonna be honest. I feel bad for George Clooney because he was at the top of his game as an actor. Yeah, and they put him in that bullshit ass movie to play. Now I would put it to you like this. I don't know if people will agree with me. He played a good Bruce Wayne, but he was a horrible Batman.
I would agree with that. Yeah, like Clooney
he played a good. He played a good Bruce Wayne, but him being in the cow. Oh my God, no.
Well, no. How I feel about Ian Glenn, honestly, in Titans. I actually like him as Bruce Wayne. I just don't picture him as a guy who can actually suit up as Batman.
I don't picture him as Bruce Wayne or Batman. I just picture him as an old man that they decided to cast in the role because he was on another HBO show that was successful, and they thought, oh, let's bring the Game of Thrones guy over here onto Titans. People will like him, and I think that's the whole reason why he was cast.
And you know what, Zod? You're right. Because the simple fact is that if people thinking, they're thinking, we have to get an older looking Bruce Wayne. Well, he's too old. He looked like he in his 60s.
He could be in Kingdom Come. He could be that bad.
I actually was hoping that they would have him ham it up and be more like Adam West Batman, but he's like an Adam West Batman if he was a complete psychopath.
Well, and my thing is that hey, he don't look the part as being a Bruce Wayne to me.
No, he doesn't at all.
He does not to me.
He could wear one of those. He could wear one of those Bruce Wayne sweaters from the 1960s show. That would look good on him.
Yeah, but just for him being Bruce Wayne, I mean, he just. But that's who they cast in Titans, and I'm not saying he's doing a bad job. The look is what gets you, but the way that he played the character does not. So. You know, it's just what it is. That's what they did. But Titans has got mixed reviews from a lot of people, and that's fine. That's good. Everything's supposed to be subjective, but you know, it's getting mixed views from everybody. You know, Titans ain't going nowhere. Titans is gonna be for a while. I just don't like that they're just making it Gotham centric now, and they're taking Titans to put more just in the Gotham. And I know the reason why they did that because they wanted to pick up steam. I think. They did that to put everything in Gotham, focus on Batman and Robin and all that stuff like that, and put them in this season. I know what they're doing. I know what Jeff Johns and them is doing. I know exactly what they're doing. They're bringing the edgy part back, but they want to focus it on Gotham. I would say with season 4, if season 4 does not focus on the Titans and the Titans as a whole, it's going to be a problem. I can understand where you want to go to different elements with different characters. But I think that you have to start focusing on the Titans. That's what the show is. It's not supposed to be about Batman and being in Gotham and stuff like that. But I understand what
for a while.
You say what?
That's been a WB problem for a while. The over-reliance on Batman. He is overexposed.
Yes, absolutely.
Too much. It's like you do too much Batman. I get it. Batman got the best villains. I get it. But at the same time, there are other characters in DC that you need to utilize that people don't even know that are very off the hook. It's like it's like people don't know. All people know is just Batman stuff. It's just like, you know, if we get with Superman, yeah, Superman could be OP, but he also has villains that can bring in other people, that can bring in other, you know, characters from DC, you know, or you can focus on those characters. It's just like you have to bring in those characters instead of just focusing on Batman. I would love to see like a show that's very underrated, and I wish that people would appreciate a little bit more was Krypton and understand. Yeah, a lot of people didn't watch Krypton. And my thing was that if you watch it, you will learn to appreciate it because you actually see what they were actually doing on there. They brought in Brainiac. You had Lobo. You know, they was bringing in characters that's in Cal's universe. You know, that's my thing. You know, if you go
cool to see a Booster Gold show. That would be cool.
Yeah, Booster Gold. Yeah,
they had been talking about doing that as like a spin-off from Smallville because they had used Booster Gold so well in Smallville, but that never materialized. That was supposed to be on, I believe that was supposed to be on Sci-Fi Channel as well. And they just, I don't know, like shelved the idea and never went back to it, which is sad because Booster Gold's an awesome character. He'd be perfect for a TV show.
Today's era. He is
absolutely.
Yeah, Mike. If you know, I know some people. Did anybody on the panel watch Krypton yet?
I haven't had a chance to yet.
I've seen a couple episodes from like the first season. I haven't gotten through it either. What about you, Johnny? Did you watch Krypton?
Johnny, on mute. He'll be back.
Yeah, did you watch Krypton?
I watched some of the second season to see Lobo. It sucked.
Oh, okay.
Okay, well, you gotta watch the first. You gotta watch the first season to really understand it. So you can understand the reason with
Well,
because
my
Brainiac-
my question was, did they get Brainiac right? Because my thing was, I
Yeah.
thought from the pictures I seen of Brainiac, that's how I imagined Brainiac looking cinematically. But
Right. They got Brainiac completely right, especially with him getting Candor and the way that he was manipulating everything. And then you have to look at the first season. If you go into the second season, you're going to be lost. And the second season ain't going to know what the reason is on the reason why Lobo even showed up. So you got to watch the first season to understand, like, and the reason why Booster Gold is even there. The twist in Krypton is that it's all about Zod and his motive. So the thing about that is that Zod goes, I'll just give you a little hint. Zod goes back in time because he gets some of Booster Gold's technology. And his plan is to rule over Krypton, stop the explosion of Krypton and the extinction of Krypton. But since he knows, and what that does is that's going to stop Cal from going to Earth. But what Zod knows is that Kryptonians turn into these godly-like beings on Earth. So he wants to rule Krypton and take Kryptonians to Earth. That's his plan.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's why I said you got to watch the first season so you can understand it. Then he finds out who his dad and his mama is. Then you find out everything about Doomsday. Then you find out about all other planets and the reason why these races and stuff. That's why I said you got to watch the first season of Krypton. It puts a lot of stuff in perspective, with Kryptonians. And you'll see a lot of stuff about the House of El, about his great-grandfather, all that stuff. Because Cal does not become he does not become the person he becomes if he does not leave Krypton. It just doesn't happen. And Zod's goal is to eradicate that where that doesn't happen.
so Zod finds out about the future and about Superman.
He finds out about Booster Gold time travel.
Oh, okay.
Right. And he gets his technology and he goes back in time to Krypton. He chases Booster Gold because Booster Gold, his reason of going back in time is because Cal is hurt. So it's something that happened to the timeline, and his cape is disappearing. He had to go back to his ancestors. You got to watch it. It's off the hook. That's why I said if you watch Krypton, you can understand the mythos of everything about Krypton. And then you'll understand it links up to Man of Steel on why they stop having natural births. Then you will understand why Cal is such is the chosen one of everything. Because you gotta remember, he's the first natural born in Centuries. Centuries, they were actually programmed to do what it is. So you'll understand what the Zods were. You will understand what the House of El was about. You'll understand all that shit. It goes into deep details of everything.
Well, the show was originally supposed to have been a prequel to Man of Steel, but there were a lot of things that went on behind the scenes that messed all that up. And I remember Zack Snyder was initially on board with it being a prequel to Man of Steel as well. And Daniel Martin says seemed like the tone shifted on Krypton, started out as more as a nod to Man of Steel, then became more of a tribute to Superman, back to Donner's version, or just the character of Supes himself. And that's essentially what Krypton became, just like a celebration of Superman as the character. It was not tied to one specific iteration of Superman. It just took a bunch of things from different parts of Superman's mythology.
Right.
So so in that regard, that's pretty cool, because if you're not gonna stick to one version of the character, you might as well be like a tribute to everybody, essentially.
Whatchamacallit said the tone did shift in season 2. That's the reason why you don't like it, because they changed it. That's because Jeff Johns got his hands on it.
Yeah.
So Jeff Johns got his hands on it in season 2. That's why I said if you watch season 1, you will see a completely different show compared to 2. So that's why I'm saying it's the same thing with Titans. Like Titans was good when it first started off, But then John's got his hands on it and started to lighten it up in season 2. That's why season 2 is horrible.
Oh, I don't know. I only watched the first season, and I watched the first episode of season 2 to see how they resolved the cliffhanger from season 1. I never went back to the show after that. I was like,
now,
I'm
season
done.
Season 3 is fantastic. It starts off with a bang. But season 2 of Titans, no. You still have to watch. You still watch it and go through it. But you know that Johns had a lot of bullshit because they changed the tone. They completely changed the tone of the show. They put the tone back in season 3, but they can change the tone in 2. And it didn't add up and it didn't make sense when 2 started, right after season 1 ended. And we was like, what the fuck is this? And the way that it's like, now all I can say is that if you watch season 3, you will enjoy it. But I'm just letting you know it's Gotham centric.
Batman show without Batman.
Yeah, right. But these are big shows, right? So I'm thinking like, okay, and especially with the main topic, like when you have these big, long-running things, should there be provisions, and maybe there is, for like, okay, in case of like, like insurance clauses, like random acts of God kind of thing, where it's like, okay, we have this big story that we know is going to span 3 seasons, or, it's a movie franchise. It's like, well, we need to have a provision in case our lead actor dies or something happens. You know what I mean? That everyone's upfront and on the menu. So like, what do y'all think about that kind of thing where it's like, it's built in where this can survive an actor passing in theory?
I like that. Because, I mean, it's not a thing that anybody thought was a possibility until what happened with Chad. I mean, that just blew my mind. I think it blew everybody's mind when it happened. And I think it's a very real possibility that I think companies and fans should look into when getting into a new franchise that like, hey, man, maybe something hopefully never does. But
well, somebody mentioned that Spartacus show. Somebody mentioned that Spartacus show, and that's a good example.
Yeah,
the lead actor
too, right? And passed between seasons.
The lead actor passed away, and then a new actor took over in the second season and carried it until the show eventually ended. But I agree, Tim. I think that's something that should be planned for if it's not already planned for, especially when they have these big arcs planned and stuff. It's
definitely a smart move. I think.
I even look at like animation. Like I look at animation, for example. That show. Look at how popular that Rick and Morty show is. Could you imagine the actor that voices Rick? Something happens to him, he passes away. They got to find an actor that can emulate that voice really, really well in order to make it convincing, right?
Well, voice acting is a lot easier to recast for because it's a lot easier to just imitate a voice than to get someone who looks like the other person.
Sure. But I'm thinking like in terms of like, authenticity too. It's like they tried. I remember I think it was Disney had a falling out with Robin Williams after the first Aladdin movie. So that when they did when they did the next Aladdin animated movie, they got
Homer Simpson.
the guy that voices Homer Simpson to come in and do the voice.
Did that,
and it totally took you out of the movie. You just couldn't. You're like, my God, he doesn't sound nothing like Robin Williams. He sounds like Homer Simpson trying to be the genie from Aladdin, and it just didn't work. So that's why I'm saying, you can replace in the same vein, you can replace a voice actor, but if it's not convincing, you're going to have a problem on your hands.
If it makes you feel any better, though, they did get Robin Williams back for the 3rd movie.
Yeah, I know, because they learned their lesson. They realized we can't just bring in Homer Simpson and expect Homer Simpson to carry the franchise. So I kind of feel like at this point, with all that, what Tim was saying, the provisions ideas, if you have a long, sprawling epic, you have a big plan, that's what you should do. You should have provisions put in there so that, yes, you would be allowed to recast the actor, in a short amount of time if you had to between seasons, especially if you weren't done filming. Could you imagine? You get about like halfway through the season and your lead actor dies. What do you do then? You recast like in the middle of the season like that? Or do you end the season early and then give you time to recast and then come back with the second season?
Well, that's what they're kind of going with now with like long running manga. Like the creator of One Piece has detailed plans if he dies for One Piece to be completed.
Whereas the creator of Berserk, for example, only had one other chapter that we know of that is getting a release, right? And
it came out. Yeah, it came out.
Days ago. And that's it. Yeah, and that's it. We don't know if there's anything else. We don't know if he has anything else. We don't. Have you heard anything about that, Johnny? Is there any more of Berserk, or are we done now?
No, Miura, he basically had what he had out, and I guess that they had notes and one last one that they're going to put out. But as far as I know that, he is done, and it's over. But from what I understand, it actually kind of has a nice arc end, so we are going to get somewhat of an ending of Berserk, but it's not going to be a final end, which is tragic. But I know the guy that does One Piece has all the stuff planned out, but he also draws and creates all of it too. And I think that even if he passes, even if he has a notebook with this shit written down, I don't think that somebody could just step in and draw his comic for him and have it be as good as it is. You know what I mean? So when you're talking about like an actual piece of art, like something like Berserk or One Piece, I think it's way more different than like say recasting a film. I don't think that even if I don't know the fella's name who does One Piece, but I know he's only
Oda.
I think he said he's only about a third done with his story in total.
One Piece is going to go on for One Piece is going to go on for the next 300 years.
You're not kidding. There's like 1 million fucking volumes for it out. Like he is unreal, and he's like, yeah, I'm like a third done with it. I'm just like, oh, you're that's gangster, dude. But like, yeah, I think that if something sadly happened to him, I know that there are plans that somebody could step in, but I'm not sure how well it'll work out. You know what I mean? Like that's the same thing as if Miura had another guy that maybe come in and do Berserk with him after he passed. I don't know if I would really be interested to check it out because he was such a singular artist and his vision was absolute for that book that I don't know if I'd trust another fucker to try to touch it.
I mean, he was training his assistants for a while, and like I think a telltale sign is that the magazine that produced it, they're not saying a definitive no. They basically said we don't know, and they wouldn't say.
That's what Young Animal's saying.
I think he's training. I think he's training his family members, so it'll be a generational thing, and it'll just continue for hundreds and hundreds of years. I don't think One Piece is ever going to end. He's a third of the way. He's a third of the way done with this. Yeah, he's 70% done with this generation of One Piece.
Oh no,
you're still in generation 1 there, Tim. You gotta wait. There's gonna be generation 2, 3. It's gonna continue.
Yeah,
like Homer's Odyssey over there.
Now, I guarantee you by the time it's over, they'll be space pirates, man. They'll be fighting with Harlock and stuff, dude.
Don't doubt. It's like he's writing Homer's Odyssey over there. Like just
yeah. I mean, he's totally, he's balls deep in it completely, and it's just gonna be, it's just gonna go on long after we're all dead. That's just the reality of the situation. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if he's training any offspring that he has to draw and to be able to keep it going. I mean, that One Piece is some serious stuff, man.
I mean, these guys got assistants and stuff. And what if classic artist apprentices? Now, if the artist like the actors may not, like in theater, you have apprentices, right? Like an actor, and then if the actor gets sick, the person you're studying under, you kind of slide in. Right. So if you apply it to film, and it's like, I mean, they'd have to work out some good contracts, and like the actors would have to have no hubris. They'd have to be very humble about it. Where like, look, if something happens in the film, they already have stunt doubles. But if something happens, it's like, look, this person I'm working with on Avengers 700, if I die, they will slide into the role that I previously occupied. So maybe adding that into filming kind of thing.
Well, I'm kind of looking at it like this, Tim. They had been talking for the last decade about doing Lethal Weapon 5.
Yes.
And Richard Donner had been saying, like right up until he died, he was saying that he was going to come back and direct Lethal Weapon 5. And I always say to people, when people asked me about Lethal Weapon 5, I always said, well, it's going to go down one of two ways. Either Donner's going to survive long enough to be able to successfully direct the film, or he's going to die prior to it being made, or during the filming process, and Mel Gibson is going to take over and finish it up as a tribute to him. Either way, Lethal Weapon 5 will be made. So, because I feel like, Donner had his script, had all his plans, and was just waiting for the right time to do it. And with all the COVID and all the other stuff going on, he was never able to. But I still think that movie will be made, and that Mel Gibson will direct it in tribute to him. That's what I think is going to happen.
Yeah, that's gonna happen because they're gonna do that Lethal Weapon 5. They're gonna do that because Danny Glover's still alive, so why not?
Right?
You know what I mean? Danny Glover is old as shit. So you might as well just go ahead and just do it.
Yeah, Danny Glover's in a wheelchair, but we can still make the movie. That's fine. Yeah, it's no problem.
He wants to do the movie.
I mean, you can do it. Depends on what the story is, unless they're going to be like, okay, we're going to do it, but now we're going to make it for a new generation and pass the torch over with.
Well, they brought in a lot of additional characters. They got all those people that they brought in the previous two films. Yeah, Chris Rock. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That was in 4, right?
Yeah, part 4, the Jet Li one.
Yeah, that's right. Okay. Yeah.
So the idea would be that, essentially you could have Mel Gibson going off of whatever script and ideas that Donner had originally put out there for the 5th one, and they just make it in tribute to him. And I could totally see that happening. It makes so much sense, and there's way too much money to be made for them not to make that movie, especially if they do it in tribute to Richard Donner. What do you guys think about that? Do you guys think that's plausible? Because I think that's what's going to happen. I think it's like Integrity 101 would say, I think it's inevitable.
I haven't seen Lethal Weapon, so I can't really judge that.
You've never seen Lethal Weapon?
No.
Wow, dude, the first one is such a good movie. It's one of the greatest.
And you gotta watch the director's cut.
Watch the first
oh my
one,
god!
Dude.
Watch the director.
Oh my god!
Watch Lethal Weapon. Watch the director's cut. Oh,
I think it's on HBO Max. Lethal Weapon is, yeah.
Oh, good, because that's the problem with a lot of these.
Oh, it's fantastic, man. You want to see a good movie, man. You want to just kick back and watch a good movie, man. Check it out. Wow.
Yeah, watch Lethal Weapon, man, and then you appreciate the sequels. 2 and 3 is cool.
Oh, all 4 of them are on HBO Max. Good.
Yeah,
I think there's something inspired about, like, dude was almost 100 years old, and he was like, I'm gearing up to do another Lethal Weapon. Almost 100 years old. He's rubbing his hands together. It's like, let's do this one more time.
He never slowed down, though, man. Donner made some good movies in his later years. A lot of directors couldn't keep up with him. Like 16 Blocks. I mean, he made some bangers as an old man. Like,
yeah, he did.
Not only that, it's like he was so sure that he was going to direct Lethal Weapon 5. Anytime anybody asked him about it, he would just say, "Yes, this movie is happening." Like he had full plans to do it. And I think if we didn't get the beer bug, I think that movie would have been made already.
Who do you think will direct it?
Legitimate.
Mel Gibson will direct it in tribute to Richard Donner.
Okay.
Because think about it, Mel Gibson, he's a director. He's an accomplished director. He was really good friends with Richard Donner. Chances are he'll do it in tribute to his friend. That's what I think is going to happen anyway. I can't see them bringing in another director from the outside to come in and do it, especially if you have somebody who's close to Donner who could actually just pick up where he left off. Especially if this is the true last chapter in the saga, which it's supposed to be. So,
Right.
Daniel Martin says, would you guys be okay replacing T'Challa with Shuri or Killmonger? They did it in the comics, but I don't know if it would translate to the big screen. That's what we were talking about earlier, Daniel. I don't know that. I think they're going to go with Shuri. I think that's the plan
Shuri,
for this movie. But
I think they should wait till part 4 to
I do too.
To make her Black Panther.
You have to
You know what I mean?
Yeah, you have to earn it. You can't just. That's why I say it. That's why we were talking so much about replacing Chadwick Boseman at this point, because there's a lot of T'Challa story to tell still, and you could eventually lead to Shuri taking over. I don't think they're going to do Killmonger though, because Michael B. Jordan's got a lot on his plate, and they did kill him off in the first movie. Now I'm one of the people though that believes this, that had they known about Chadwick Boseman, had they known about his situation, I don't think they would have killed Killmonger off at the end of the first film.
No, they probably wouldn't have.
It's MCU though. No.
Yeah, nobody stays dead in Marvel, man. Even Bucky Barnes came back to life. It took him like 50 years, but he even made it back to life. So.
Man.
But I'm talking again, since we're talking about replacing actors, I'm talking specifically about Michael B. Jordan. I don't think Michael B. Jordan would be available to come back to that role.
Oh, dude, because he's got that Tom Clancy stuff popping off, and he was good in that.
Oh, he's got a lot of stuff popping off. He's got his own Superman series coming out. If the rumors are to be believed, he's going to be Val-Zod. Yeah. I'm at the point where I feel like, yeah, this is why they kind of box themselves into a corner with the way that they left Black Panther's character. They can't have him die off screen or have him disappear. They need T'Challa to be there, at least for this next film. I don't know what they're going to do like moving forward, but the reality is that they need this character. So I just think they should simply recast. There's a lot of fine actors out there who could do the role justice. It's not like Chadwick Boseman's the only man alive who could play Black Panther. So you just have to find the right guy. That's all. I don't really think it's going to be that complicated. I think eventually they will find. They've got a lot of talented casting agents and directors out there. They'll find somebody. I mean, I think it would be wasted to let the legacy of his character die like that, but because of the real world implications of what happened to the actor. I just think that's a mistake. I mean, you got a whole cultural phenomenon that's built around this character now. So you can't just push that aside, no matter how much you may think that you've
Tim
immortalized him.
I don't even think that Chad would even ask that or want
you don't.
Company.
Think of all the great people that Chadwick Boseman. Think of all the famous people that Chadwick Boseman played in his career. He played James Brown. Didn't he play Jackie Robinson?
Yep.
He played a lot of really, really iconic historical figures. And that's why I'm saying, and then Black Panther is historical in its own way. So now it's like you have to, you got to allow that legacy to continue, and to not do it would be completely unfair. And yes, hearing him voice the role of T'Challa in the What If series is absolutely amazing. I'm surprised he was able to he did all that work. I mean, they got him voicing the character. He's appeared, hasn't he appeared in like three episodes already?
3 episodes.
He has one more though.
Does he really?
That's what I heard.
Killmonger. There's a Killmonger episode. They just put a trailer out. I didn't get to watch it before the show, but I'm excited.
Guys, what do you think? And Tim, I want to start with you, man. What do you think about this What If series? Have you been watching it?
I'm aware of it. I haven't watched it yet. I've been working on like my own little comic. I'm aware of it. It seems like a nifty enough idea. Like there is a petty part of me that just like, look, man, I want like. It's hard for me to watch and like enjoy Marvel stuff because like they're getting all the stuff they want, and like DC is like Guts and Berserk. We're just struggling,
right?
just struggling over and over, and so it's like. But it looks like an interesting idea. I saw some images from the Doctor Strange one. That looked interesting. It looked very cosmic like, and I like that kind of. I like when they lean. Marvel's really good when they lean into their more cosmic arenas. I actually think that's their strength more than their quote unquote like grounded stories, which is more or less code for character is poor.
Right.
So it's like, you know, I like when they lean into their scope.
Yeah, well, I'm one of those people that really loved it, that really loved the cosmic elements and really loved that Doctor Strange episode. I thought that was really good. I'm actually really enjoying this What If series as a DC fan. I'm enjoying this What If show because they're actually taking some risks and doing some different things that they would never be able to do with their movies. So I'm kind of like looking at these cartoons and thinking, oh, this is pretty interesting. At least they're doing something new. At least they're trying to give us a taste of something else, and it doesn't feel so cookie cutter. It doesn't feel so formulaic like a lot of the other MCU stuff that's come out. So I don't know. As a DC fan, I'm enjoying it. I just have to say.
I mean, Marvel, they doing their thing, man. You can't hate on them. I mean, I would never hate on. You know, you doing your thing,
and they care about their fans. Prime, they care about their fans.
They care about their but I will say this, since you're talking about this, I will say this. We are in September, ladies and gentlemen. I'll talk about this tomorrow, but we don't have long. 2022 is going to be a very, very good year for people that really enjoy DC. If everything falls into place that we are speculating that it will, and things are put into place, I believe that this thing can not only be shared, but there could be a lot of course correcting that could be going on. Because
we also got Doom Patrol Season 3 popping off later this month, which is going to rock.
Right, exactly.
Oh, yeah.
So, I mean, there's a lot of DC material that's about to come out. It's just up for the people to actually watch it and check it out. Because I'm about to get back into what the fuck is that goddamn show, man? Girl. I'm trying to think of her name.
Stargirl.
Stargirl. Because I watched the first season. I didn't watch the second season. I know the third season is popping off. So I know Stargirl, and then Stargirl was very good. If y'all didn't watch the first season of Stargirl, it's real good. I mean, even though it's a Jeff Johns property and it is about his sister and stuff, I mean, as much as people y'all don't like Jeff Johns, you know, if y'all take y'all feelings aside about what he done to the actual movie properties, he's still a great comic book writer.
Well, I'm not mad at him about that. I hate Doomsday Clock. That's why Jeff Johns is on my shit list personally. So
you know what? Well, you didn't like Doomsday Clock. I like Doomsday Clock. You know,
you did?
Yeah,
okay.
I
like it's subjective, like you said several times tonight. So I'll let you.
Yeah, I mean, it's subjective for everybody. I like.
Yeah, I didn't like Doomsday Clock. I was irritated with Doomsday Clock. I felt like it was Jeff Johns basically jerking himself off. That's what I thought it was.
Yeah, thinking he could play with the big boys.
What part of Doomsday y'all didn't like? Did y'all is it? Let me guess. Y'all didn't like the fact that it was Dr. Manhattan that manipulated this whole situation. Is that it?
I don't like that it was a Watchmen sequel in general. I
didn't want a Watchmen sequel like that at all. I thought it was, and to be honest with you, I feel like if you compare what they did with the Watchmen sequel that they made for the TV show. The TV show is worlds better than what Jeff
Shit
Johns
all
came
over
up
it.
with. Oh my god!
Oh, I agree with that.
Too.
But-
The show sucked too, but like it's shit all over what Jeff Johns did.
Right,
Well,
right.
the Watchmen
I mean,
show,
and there were two really good episodes in the TV show. The one episode was the episode where they actually showed the squid, and they actually had
The Looking Glass episode, yeah.
Yes. Oh my god, that episode is Watchmen through and through. That episode was almost more Watchmen than Watchmen. It was like, wow, they literally had the balls to show it, to show the squid, to show the impact, to go into that whole psychological element that we didn't get from a lot of the other stuff. And there was a few other things in the show I thought that was really good that captured the essence of what Watchmen is. But that Jeff Johns book to me felt more like it was just him indulging himself as a writer, thinking I could be as good as Alan Moore. I could do this. I could do that. And that's just how I felt. Like the whole time I'm reading this book, I'm hearing Jeff Johns' voice like, yeah, that's me. You're on page 37. This is my story. Like this is what I was hearing when I was reading Doomsday Clock, and it just totally took me out of the story. Some of the choices that he made, and it didn't make a lot of sense to me how he tried to merge the Watchmen world with DC, and it just
I mean, I get that gripe. However, it did pacify the so-called, the continuity, because they wanted certain characters to be back the way they wanted them to be and bring them back, which pretty much how I, my outlook on the whole situation is that that's fine for them. I enjoy it as its own story. But me personally, I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan of the New 52. I'm a big fan of New 52.
Rebirth was a good era. It was almost as good as New 52. And yeah, that garbage event, I guess, tied it all up to where it made sense. I actually didn't need it. I was fine with them just changing the characters back the way they were supposed to be for Rebirth. But whatever, Jeff Johns thought he needed to make a shitty Watchmen sequel to justify it. That's fine. Passion projects is one thing. And I guess he's earned it. He's got his fans. He worked his ass off. He did Green Lantern for years. You know what I mean? And he wanted to play with Alan Moore's toys, and DC told him that's fine. Good for him. But I personally didn't care too much for it. But I agree with you, man. New 52 was better, and they didn't need to have some crappy Watchmen sequel to justify it.
No, I agree completely. Yeah, they didn't.
The only reason why they did the Rebirth was because, again, oh my God, man. I say this all the time. It's like, it's the same individuals that be crying and bitching about characters being deconstructed to tell a story. They didn't like the New 52. And I'm like, how did you not like the New 52? I don't get it.
I don't get it either. New 52 was awesome.
I don't get it how you didn't get it. I can understand. Okay, I understand Green Lantern and Batman didn't get touched. Okay, I get all that. But I still don't understand how, individuals just didn't like it. And it was pretty much on the Superman end.
Batman got touched a lot, though. Anybody that tries to say that, they're fooling themselves. I think that Snyder made Batman probably the most weak and feeble he's ever been. That entire run was Batman just getting his ass kicked over and over again, which was pretty
That's true.
While at the same time, it also got really horrified. All the villains got really kind of they were Toby Hooper, because they got Greg Capullo, who's a Spawn guy. And so you had faceless Joker, and you had Bane looking like he's a goddamn out of the movie Hatchet or something like that. So Batman was a lot different in New 52.
They cut out a lot of auxiliary characters, that fans really like it was. Yeah, there's stuff but there's stuff like characters like Cass Kane and Stephanie Brown and Wally West basically being ghosted away. And just DDO, I remember interviews, his ideology for the characters, was very much more on the melancholy side. Like his belief was that like there is no joy to be had. Like basically the things that people condemn Snyder for, those are actually more true for DiDio's ideology as far as the DC characters are concerned. And so like there is definitely like, there's a lot of fan favorites that are just basically like abstractly just ripped away in lieu of more like, I guess Bronze Age or characters, that kind of thing. And so I think there was like there was definitely some execution issues. I remember Batgirl was weird. I remember Batgirl was a weird thing.
She was you talking about New 52, Tim?
Yes. Yeah. The Gail Simone run. That's her.
Okay.
Gail Simone.
Well, it was Gail Simone, so
Gail Simone. And I would say this. I would say this. New 52 was fantastic. There were some things that a lot of people, I would say the thing I liked about the Batman part about it, because it was more psychological than New 52 with Bruce than anything else. It was more psychological books than anything. Because a lot of people forget what really started off that Batman series in the New 52 was the Court of Owls.
Exactly.
Yeah. That was that thing.
And that was psychological for your ass.
Yeah,
so,
it was one of the first times you got to see in a mainstream Batman book him get reduced to tears. Like he was legit broken and crying in that arc several times.
Yeah, and that was the thing. That's why I said I liked it. That to the point is, I like to see, and it's like they put, I'll leave it at that. I want to get to this part. Is everybody picking up Injustice next month?
Oh yeah,
they're doing another game finally.
No, the animated movie. The animated movie's coming out next month.
Oh, yeah, I'll get it then.
Okay.
Hope for a third game too soon.
Yeah, except how do you continue to do a third game when the second one had two endings?
Yeah, I like to tell myself that the animation division is different from the rest of Warner Brothers because
it's not.
Well, you know what? Actually, it is. See, this is the thing that people get misconstrued. Is like there's 3 divisions to DC. Oh my God, this is so crazy. And it was just like once I learned all this is crazy. Warner Brothers owns the rights to all the characters, but the division on what they want to do. So the animation division has their division. They do whatever the fuck they want in the comics. So the comics and the animation does whatever they want. Warner Brothers even though they own the characters, they're the ones that do all the big budget movies. So when it comes down to live action big budget movies, that's what they dabble into. They really don't dabble into, the comics and the animation stuff. They allow them to do whatever it is that they want to do. Why do you think the animation and the toys and all that stuff do so well? They do their own thing, but Warner Brothers owns the characters. They let the other divisions do what they do with those characters. But when it comes down to the movies,
characters though.
When it comes down to the live action movies, it's just it's like, what are y'all doing? It's just like I don't get it. The games are fantastic. The animation movies are fantastic. The books are that I'm a comic guy, so they're bringing everything back with comics and the way they're writing and the way that they're putting stuff out there now.
Black Label is really good. I'd say like if you're a DC fan, definitely be reading Black Label. That's where it's at with the comics, in my opinion.
Yeah,
the comics are in trouble. They've been doing massive layoffs, like just floods of blood flying from the DC office. Things are not well in mainstream direct comics. They are not well at all.
Well, I mean, everything that's going on right now, Tom Taylor is doing an excellent job right now.
I'm talking about sales, dude. Like Tom Taylor's going to be safe, but like the editorial staff's that have been fired.
You talking about them?
Structurally, their structure is very shaky.
They're basically cleaning house. They're basically cleaning house. They clean house at the comics division. They're basically doing the kind of house cleaning there that they need to be doing in the movie division. That's for sure.
As long as now, from what I know, Alan Moore and Tom Taylor. Now, from what I heard, okay, if this comes into fruition, this is going to be great. From what I heard, Jim Lee and Moore is doing a book. So I don't know which
Alan
one.
Moore was retired. Like,
no, he's coming back in.
Wow, that's
Yeah,
neat.
he's coming back in.
What did they give him? Like a kidney or something? They give him some black magic cave that he could do his spells in. Like he hates DC, dude. Like that's crazy.
Right. I mean,
Hell has
heard,
basically frozen over. That's what's happened. Hell is frozen over, dude.
They stole Grant Morrison's soul or something. Wow. I just want to know what they gave Alan Moore to get him to come back. I'm gonna have to look this up.
Well, the thing about this is he's working with Jim Lee, so him and Jim Lee doing a book. So that's just fantastic by itself. Now,
Jim Lee must have came to his house. And I don't know. Maybe he gave him Jeff John's head on a pike or something.
Hey, whatever it is, that's what's the thing that's going on out there. If it does come into fruition, that'll be good. That would be very, very good. If whatever book that they're doing, that's going to be great. Hey, and I will be first dibs getting it. Like right now. Tom Taylor is killing it. Tom Taylor is one of my favorite writers. So, I mean, DC right now with the people that they have, they're doing a good job. It's just the simple fact is that, who else they're going to write. But like I say, Jim Lee and Moore, they're doing a book. Which book? We don't know. But that's what's been speculated in the comic realm and what's been going on. So
maybe he'll come back and do a proper sequel to Watchmen.
A requel, basically.
No, Alan Moore wouldn't do it. Like he would literally fucking put spells on all their children for generation if they tried to come at him. Like he will not fuck with the Watchmen. It's done in his opinion.
He turned down the chance to have the rights again when they offered.
Alan Moore must need another cauldron. Stuff's expensive.
Yeah, money's a big motivator in decisions. I mean,
yeah, but they offered him money when Zack Snyder was doing Watchmen, and what did Alan Moore say? Give the money to Dave.
Yeah, give it to Dave. Mr. Gibbons needs it obviously because he sells out anything. When Alan, I don't think that. It's weird that I'm not going to say that he's not because I haven't heard about it, but it's really interesting that he's going to come back and work for DC again because it must be because they got rid of Dan Didio maybe he hated him.
That's it. That's it. And you got to remember, he got a good relationship with Jim. And you got to remember, Jim runs DC. So Jim Lee runs DC Comics.
That's true. Right now, as of right now, that's where it's at. It doesn't get any higher than Jim Lee. So
right, and you got to remember, Jim Lee wasn't really trying to take head of DC Comics. It just so happened he wasn't forced into it. It pretty much just fell in his lap. So
that's true.
It just fell in his lap. So with Jim running DC Comics, think about it. Look at all the good stuff that's coming out from DC Comics right now with Jim Lee at the helm.
Do you know what Alan and Jim Lee would be working on, though? That's an interesting prospect as well, because I know it wouldn't be a Watchmen book just because of how Alan is. But
right, I know it ain't going to be that. Even when we're talking about it, even if it was, but I know Alan Moore, he's done with Watchmen. He's done with that. He's not fucking with that. But if he did, that'd be great. But he's not touching that.
Well, I have to get ready for bed, work tomorrow. Thanks for having me.
All right. Well, Dan, thank you for being here, brother.
Happy to
see you again, man. That's
no doubt.
To have you.
No doubt. But like I say, comics is the main thing I love. It's comics, and if people have not been reading the runs that's been going on right now, all the Elseworld stories and everything that's coming out, it's fantastic on how it's being written. So, and the first step is that Injustice. That movie is rated R. Hey, all All I can say is that they got everything right from the, from the book. They're going more graphic than they are game. They're going more graphic novel than they are game.
Okay.
So yeah, so that's the, that's the main.
I mean, it looks interesting, but it's still the fact that it's it's like I could see where it'd be hard for a lot of people because it's WB, but it does look good. The trailer looked interesting.
You saw the trailer. Did you see the link? Did you see the what was that came out? The Batman Last Halloween. It was a trailer on the last Halloween, and people put it up, and you can see everything that's in it, pretty much. And I was just,
Well, the long Halloween was good. So
the long Halloween, that's what I meant.
Yeah, that was really well done. Did you see Long Halloween, Tim?
No, I read the book like loads of times. I didn't get around to it. I didn't know it was out yet.
Both of them out.
I know they've taken liberties with the second one, but I haven't heard anything like bad.
No, it's actually really good, man. I think you'll enjoy it as a fan.
Yeah,
I think they'll get around to it at some point.
They actually try to like stick to Tim Sale's artwork.
They animated it.
That's what I did like. They did something different with the art style because I don't like a lot of the modern DC movie art style. Like it's very
boring.
Assembly line. It's very flat.
Yeah, very flat, very Bruce Timmish, that kind of thing.
It was neat back in '92, but I mean, Jesus, like I was in 4th grade when Batman the Animated Series started. Like I'm 40 now. I turned 40 on Thursday. So yeah, we've gone way past that, and the fact that they're still trying to push that out and be like, be happy with it. It's like, come on, man, give us something more.
I don't like that animation style. I at the time it was cool, but when I look back at it, I do not like that animation style. It's not serious enough for me.
Because when they put out Gotham by Gaslight, I would have loved to seen them try to do that Mignola style, but no, they pooped it out Bruce Timm, and it was boring. So it was really good to see them do Tim Sales, which I wish that they kept around, because when they did my favorite DC movie, New Frontier, they drew that Darwin Cook style, and it was beautiful. That is such a good looking cartoon, and like as far as I know, that's one of the only DC movies where they actually tried to replicate the graphic novel style.
It's like
until this Long Halloween one.
It's like,
what? Batman, I gotta watch
Batman Gotham Knight when they did like the 5 different directors in Japan. Yeah. I'm just like, see, like to me that's like proof that you can try different styles. And there was a period of time on YouTube where they were doing these DC animated shorts. The one that sticks out in my mind is that Wonder Woman one, where instead of the invisible jet, it was like a Trans Am, but it was invisible.
Oh yeah, I seen that.
That was like so trippy. I was like, dude, like we can be far more adventurous. We can do some wild stuff. And I just want more of that, because it's like it's more interesting. You can do a lot of really cool, and that means you could also adapt different styles, like a Tim Sale, which is he doesn't use hatching, so it's actually really easy to adapt his style with his weird proportions than it is like Brian Boland with Killing Joke.
Yeah,
like, that was always going to be a fool's errand, but it's like
yeah, they don't sell as much.
They could have at least tried a little bit, though. I mean, like the art in Killing Joke was so flat. I mean, especially coming off of such a beautiful graphic novel, they could have at least tried something with it, in my opinion. I know that Boland's art would be a stretch to try to pull off, but still, they could have did it a cartoon CG style, like how that What If looks. I think you could do Boland's art like that, to tell you the truth, and it would look good.
Yeah, Killing Joke would work in that animation style totally. Wow. And I mean, they could have got the colors right and everything.
A lot of people gonna kill me for saying this, but I think the Killing Joke is overrated.
The movie or the graphic novel?
Both.
Yeah, it's fine, but it isn't like
the way they amped up the Killing Joke. And after I read the graphic novel, and then when I seen the actual movie, the book is better, no doubt. But after they amped it up the way they did to make it seem like it was just this fantastic book, I'm like, first of all, this is just my opinion. Stuff is subjective. It's overrated to me. The Court of Owls is, I'm sorry, if you just talking about the Batman universe, the 3 Jokers is better than that.
No, But the thing you got to realize, though, Prime, is like as a kid in the 90s, we didn't have Scott Snyder writing Batman yet. We had people like, we had crap like Nightfall. Batman wasn't written dark and horrific yet, like Alan Moore and Brian Bolland did.
You got a point. You got
and
a
I like
point.
the Man
it
Who
is
Laughs.
a
The Man Who Laughs
48
is a good one.
It's a 48-page like double issue. There's nothing too huge or super special about it, but at the time, like Batman, it wasn't really written as he is now. There was no more jokes and riddles, and there were very few really hardcore Batman books at the time. So that is why Killing Joke has such a, especially with old heads like me, has such a warm place in our hearts.
I
Just for
like it
context.
because of the simple. The only thing about Killing Joke that I do like is the actual, the foundation of it, the beginning, that he did snap and become this individual. But as it went on, I mean, the concept is cool, but to me, it's still, when you look at it now, it's overrated. At that time, I get it. I get it. I was in high school when it came out. So, I mean, I would say at that time. Now with all the other ones, there's just too many books. To me, well, The Three Jokers right now is probably one of my favorites right now. I love that book. It's psychological.
What happened in it? Like if you're gonna tell me Three Jokers was better than Killing Joke, you're gonna have to actually explain to me like what actually. Because like,
did you read it?
Yeah, and it was boring. And somebody said it better in the chat earlier. Like it was so hyped up, it had a lot of potential, and it was just Jeff Johns jerking himself off again, basically.
Well, to me, I liked it because it was more psychological. I like books that are psychological, and the way that he wrote it was psychological, and the way that he depicted all three. And then I like the part where he really fucked with Robin psychologically. And then that's what I'm saying. It's like, it's more of a psychological book. If you go back and you go ahead and you read it, it's not about the action or anything like that. It's about just the mental aspect of it, on how fucked up Joker really is psychologically, and how he can manipulate you psychologically. That's what I like. And I like the way that he wrote it. So, I mean,
I think it had some cool covers. Like that's about all I could give it. See, like at least Killing Joke, like the Joker straight up shoots Barbara, and then he kidnaps James Gordon and tortures him. Like, you want to talk about psychological?
Yeah, I forgot about that part. That part good too.
He gets gangster. He gets scary. Whereas Three Jokers, it's like, oh, I'm gonna write you scary notes and leave them in the back of your fucking school bus. Like, basically, is what the Joker does in that comic. Like,
I mean, see, that's the kind of the curse you run into when you have a series that, like, I'm of the belief these series were not meant to last these long. Like all the Batman, X-Men, Superman, Wonder Woman, by their nature, they were never supposed to be in publication for 80 years. Not like this. No way. Like, honestly, like, they're not even meant to be in the same world. Like, a lot of the narrative issues and why there's like this giant wall where the casual person, there will be more people more willing to check out One Piece than they ever will give a chance to like a Batman, because there's like 7,000 Batman titles. There's no simple entry in. There's only one canon Batman, and the rest is a bunch of competing fan fiction. That is what DC has, objectively, in the true nature of that word. So it's like, we're gonna run into this more and more. We're like, who is Batman? Who is Superman in these comics? It's a mess. That's what they are. They're not consistent. They haven't been consistent in characterization for decades. And that's like the landscape. And so that's what they kind of have to work with. And that's why, there's no harmony between. That's why the movies don't boost the sales of the comics, and the comics don't boost the sales of the games, and the games don't boost the sales of the comics. The whole business model is off, and there's like the foundation is just sand.
Well, yeah, and when you get to the movies, they're adapting stories from the 70s and 80s. So anybody that goes and tries to pick up a comic and be like, well, what's going on? They're reading about this hip new thing that the character's doing, while the movie is based off of something that like was a hit book 30 years ago, before we were kids. You know what I mean? So
I would say this with the new comics that's out. I think that now is like, did y'all read Superman Son of Kal-El? Did y'all read that yet?
No.
I've been
Never
reading
did.
Golden Age Superman, so that's where I'm at.
Okay, well, I highly recommend y'all read Son of Kal-El.
That's
Because-
Bendis, right? That's the Bendis one?
That's the new one, yeah, by Tom Taylor.
Oh, by Tom Taylor, okay.
Yeah, so it's the new one, and what's so great about it? That's why I say it's been selling out. It's sold out everywhere, and it's about to be a graphic novel, both of them. So the third issue is about to come out next month. But if you read the book, you will actually understand. And I'm kind of glad now because have y'all read Future State or anything yet?
I read some of the Future State.
I read some of Future State.
Some
Yeah,
of it was cute. Some of it was fun. I had a good time with what I read of Future State.
Okay. So my thing is, see, what they're doing is that they're trying to really. I like this though. I'll put y'all like this. This is why you should read Superman Son of Kal-El. Jonathan calls out his dad a lot, and I'll leave it at that. And when I mean Jonathan calls out Clark a lot, he calls him a lot on a lot of shit.
I can't really read a lot of modern Superman because his personality was basically robbed from him.
Well, I ain't talking about. I'm not talking about. This new one is Jonathan. He's taking the mantle because Clark is old now.
Yeah, but it's like whenever they do that, calling out Superman, they always like they're painting like that flat Superman with no nuance, like the Boy Scout quote unquote. Like I don't like how Superman's written in a lot of comics. Like they write him like an idiot. Like they just Superman has done a bad disservice in a lot of ways, and writers keep perpetuating that thing.
The Boy Scout thing I didn't like. When they changed him in the New 52 is when I started really gravitate to him. When they changed him, because he started to be more of himself. He started to be a little bit more out there. He had a little bit more of an edge to him. So that's what I like about him. I never really cared for the Boy Scout Superman because it just seemed like he could never do no wrong. And they always made it seem like he could be at one place or he could be everywhere and save everybody. And that's the thing that I can't stand, that people, they have this, they have this misconception that he can just do whatever that it is that he can't do just because he has powers. And he doesn't have no consequences with those powers. So I'm like, do y'all really, it's like, that gets me. And that's why I never really got into the character of Superman until the New 52 and until Zach did Man of Steel.
Papa, Thor's actually a boy again. That's another thing. That's what I'm talking about. They adapt this shit way too late. So anybody that's going to go watch that new Thor film, they're going to be like, oh, wow, Jane Foster Thor. That's cool. I want to go read the comic book about that. And they don't know that they're going to have to go look for a trade paperback from like 4 years ago because Thor's been a dude again for years. Like that's an old
Thor. What happened? So what happened? The only thing I've seen of Thor that happened with him is that they made him fat now. I guess they're adapting the music.
In the comic, in part 4, they're going to have the Jane Foster Thor because remember he leaves his hammer behind on Earth. So they brought Natalie Portman back. She's going to be Thor in the new film, and I don't know if they're going to have her have cancer like in the comic. I doubt it because Taika Waititi's doing it. It's probably going to be really funny. So they're not going to have the cancer Jane Thor, but they're doing the girl Thor in the film. But that's the thing. They're adapting an old ass fucking comic into a modern film.
You don't think Waititi would do the cancer Thor female and still make it funny? I mean, did you see Jojo Rabbit? I mean, this guy, as far as like
his own shit, I don't think Marvel will let him do it, man. Like if he was doing it himself.
I see what you're saying. So because it's an MCU thing, the MCU's not going to let him do it, but he would do it himself if they let him do it. Yeah, I see where you're going with that, because I just think after his distasteful Jojo Rabbit movie that I don't think I wouldn't put it past him to go all out with cancer Jane Thor. Honestly, I mean.
Oh, okay. Hold on, I'm looking at this now. So, the new Nightwing is good too. Like I said, if y'all not reading all the new stuff that Tom Taylor putting out, y'all missing on a lot of stuff. I'm about to start reading the Nightwing tonight. But yeah, Tom Taylor is one of my favorite writers, man.
I started reading the Stephanie Phillips Harley Quinn with art by Riley Rossimo. That's pretty
Yeah,
good.
yeah. The last Harley book I read, I watched.
Did we lose him?
Well,
We'll be right
the general consensus seems to be that people like the Jojo Rabbit movie. And Marcus Cruz, if he types this one more time, I'm gonna block you, Marcus. You type this one last time, so I'm gonna go ahead and read it because you keep putting it up here. He says, "Hey Zod, I'm gonna watch the whole Stranger Things series. Gonna binge watch it from my girl 11, aka Millie Bobby Brown." Okay, that's cool, man. Binge watch it. What's your favorite season of Stranger Things?
Get you a strawberry Slurpee and hit you with Steve Harrington's spiked bat if you type it again.
No, it's just like, why are we talking about Stranger Things? What are we talking about?
Right. What's your favorite season? For me, season 1. I like season 1 the most so far.
I haven't seen Stranger Things.
Oh, okay.
It's good.
I don't doubt it is. The only thing I've seen 11 in is the Godzilla films.
Oh God, yeah, no, you probably have a really bad friend
awesome,
for Millie Bobby Brown.
Neo7 says, I've seen all of the movies and animated stuff, and I liked Superman, but Man of Steel made me love him. Yeah, well, that's how it is with a lot of people. A lot of people found Superman more relatable once they saw Man of Steel. And that's thing.
That's like the reason why I picked up like the original Schuster and Siegel run before the censorship, and that Superman's awesome.
Oh, absolutely,
I agree. Of personality for days. It's really cool stuff.
Yeah, Papa, he does like Millie. Millie's. Me and Johnny are both praying that he eventually gets to meet Millie and go out on a date or something, because
how old are you, sir? How old are you?
He's 17.
He's 17. He's her age. So
okay.
I think she's actually older than him a little bit, so that's at least safe. That's comfortable for me.
You're not pulling a Drake and having dinners with like a 13-year-old.
No, he's definitely her age, so that's cool.
Yeah, I get uncomfortable about that too, because I remember man, it was back when like the 4th Harry Potter movie came out. I was like in one of my comic book stores, and there's like this 40-year-old dude talking about how hot Hermione was, and I'm just like, yeah, just like, get the fuck away from me, because I was only like 20 something at the time. This is a while back, like I said, when Harry Potter 4 came out. So I was just like, man, dude, like. But Marcus is young enough to get away with it, so like, yeah.
Right. That's the way I look at it. So it's like, hey, I could root for him because he's her age. So that's cool.
I think she's a good little actress, but yeah, I can't talk about her looks. You know what I mean? I think she looks like Carrie Fisher. That's about all I'll say. All right. She looks like a young Carrie Fisher.
Yeah. Definitely a young Carrie Fisher. But I don't know, man. I mean, I feel like you, Tim, when it comes to Superman. I'm really on the I like the real early era Superman stuff.
He had an edge.
And then
I like Smallville. Smallville's the shit. That's about it for me.
Superman and Lois is great. Smallville is tight too.
Superman.
Now, that's the one with Dean Cain. I think they've made Batman way OP. People are writing him like they don't write him like Batman. They don't. It's like y'all writing like, I don't know. It's like everyone else is like Batman's in the Batman comic, but everyone else is in a separate comic. They're in the same issue, but only Batman's in the Batman comic. It's just like it's weird. Yeah. They write Batman way too OP.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
Are you talking about in general, or are you talking about James Tynion or a writer in particular?
I'm talking about in general. Basically, ever since that Grant Morrison, where he made like Batman just like almost this like precognitive, this seer of all things in the future. That's where prep time Batman, the Tower of Babel era, where we
didn't they kind of started that off with that OMAC stuff where he had the all-seeing eye computer that started like the OMAC project and all that.
And then it started becoming like, well, Batman has plans for everyone. Therefore, Batman knows how to beat everybody. Therefore, Batman's the smartest man in
Right,
DC.
right,
And
right.
that's where it started
Yeah.
really getting out of control. And it's just like, you can make Batman.
They basically tried to make Batman. They basically tried to make Batman into a creepy Reed Richards type.
Yeah.
Fantastic Four, but just with a more of a even with like a creepier edge, kind of.
Yeah, it's like, look, Batman's great, but I'm just like, look,
Well,
what is the
I mean,
point of having him beat up he's not One Punch Man. Like, what is the point of having him like say, oh, he can beat up Wonder Woman, he can beat up Superman, he can beat everybody, he can do all these things. They're just like, well, what are we doing here?
I think Zod hit it on the head. Like, I think it might have actually come down from editorial, like a lot of things do, and they needed to have a Reed Richards type character, whereas everybody knows like it's a split between Reed Richards and Doctor Doom of who's the most intelligent human being in the Marvel universe. They wanted something like that for DC, and obviously it was going to be Bruce Wayne because, like you said, Batman can't lose. It doesn't matter who he's fighting, like. And
in the first appearance with him in the Joker beat him in like a hand-to-hand fight, and he got away. Well, that was the first encounter.
Yeah, well, that's where we get the Jingle Bells Batman Smells song from, because the Joker got away.
It's like, oh, come on. It's like, but you know what? Who I'd like to find out? Now, I don't know who was head of editorial in DC in the mid '90s, but did y'all hear about Mark Millar saying? And it's weird because people found it from an old post on like his old like website, whether or not he pitched an idea in the '90s, because like we had Death of Superman and we had Nightfall, and he said he has an idea. We need to give Wonder Woman her own like a seminal comic, right? And he pitched like, we'll call it the violation of Wonder Woman, and it would be like a whole issue, like it'd be done in public. It's like this whole thing, and apparently, like DC was into the idea editorial, and it took like the combined artist staff to roundly protest that idea because they were into like they were considering. Millar said they were considering it, and he said he was joking, but who knows with these things? But like that almost became a thing.
Wow.
That would have been weird.
I remember reading about that like a month or two ago. Yeah, when that story broke. Which, I mean, I don't think Millar would have been serious about it. I mean, he rolls with that crew. He's friends with like Garth Ennis and those UK smartasses. So I don't think he would have been too serious about doing a book like that. But I bet you if they paid him, he'd have still wrote it. He'd have probably just called up his buddy Garth and like, "Hey, mate, I'm doing a comic about Wonder Woman getting raped. What do I do?" And he's just like, "Fuck off! That's what you do. You don't call me."
Right. Don't tell me about it. No, I'm tied in. My name's roped into this.
Yeah, you know what? It was probably for the best that didn't happen though, because that book wouldn't have survived today's scrutiny.
It was a bad idea in general.
Dude. Yeah, because this would have been probably around the time that they did the fridging with the Kyle, what's his name, Green Lantern, where they killed his girlfriend and stuffed her into the fridge, which is still notoriously hated by all comic book fans, and that's directly from that era. So yeah, they were doing a lot of bad things with girl characters in comics, and I wouldn't be surprised if Mark's weird idea was a response to that, because the whole fridging incident is still notorious. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, this book would have been notorious as well. So, Papa Brad's Gaming wants to know, what's your takes on Doom Patrol and the Titans TV show? I'm not a fan of the Titans TV show, but I do think Doom Patrol's pretty cool.
Doom Patrol's a masterpiece. Titans, man, I love Hawk and Dove, but that's about it. The rest of the show can go fuck itself. But Hawk and Dove are awesome.
I'm glad Brendan Fraser's getting work. Like, I've been seeing more ads for Doom Patrol, and I like the concept, and I was like, I might watch this at some point. I heard decent things. Like, the concept is cool. I remember seeing a little bit of them, like, early comics, and then they had them in Batman the Brave and the Bold. And it's like, it's a really cool idea. It's like X-Men before the X-Men kind of thing.
I highly recommend, if you like surrealism, check out the Vertigo run by Grant Morrison and Richard Case. It is such a good comic book. And then the more modern one by Gerard Way and Nick Darrington. Really good, really fun, esoteric, surreal superhero stuff. Just insane, like old school British TV show, spy show type surrealism insanity. And the show captures that really well too. Like, it's a very, very surreal show. It's kind of like if David Lynch did superheroes, what you'd get.
Is that kind of
Yeah,
like
well,
Grant
hopefully
Morrison's run on
that'll
Animal
happen
Man kind of
someday.
thing?
Hopefully, maybe we'll get a David Lynch superhero show.
Oh, that would be so awesome. What were you saying, Tim?
Peaks. I was gonna say it's similar to like Grant Morrison's run on Animal Man, because I remember that was like
Yeah,
really like bizarre.
Yeah, it definitely. It's early Grant Morrison, good Grant Morrison, the best Grant Morrison. You know what I mean? Like that Invisibles, Doom Patrol, what's his name? Flix Mentallo era Morrison at his
Well, yeah, but basically before Grant Morrison started getting paid really well.
Well, he still writes good comics, but he's like anybody else, man. If you see him at Big Two, chances are he's just getting a check. But if you see him writing a book for like Image or something like that, check it out. It's probably pretty good. Like, that's just how a lot of creators
Right, because
are.
he has more creative freedom when he goes over there. It makes perfect logical sense that when you're writing for a smaller company, they let you do what you want because you're a big writer. So you trade the money for the creative freedom to write your masterpieces. So
I think also,
yeah,
like, agreed, definitely. I think also like it's different if it's your IP or not. Like,
sure,
like the creator of One Punch Man, like they're being published right now. They have full creative reign. You know what I mean? And since it was a hit, they're like, okay, you can do whatever you want. Just like, just keep making the stuff. And that's why like One Punch Man is like one of the best running comics like in the world like today. And it's like there's a fight in there. Like the scope is like it makes my head hurt. It is so cool. It's like it's cooler than it's like a movie. It's like a shot out of a movie.
When he accidentally touches the ninja's nuts when they're fighting, is that what you're talking about?
That's
one of my favorites. Yeah. That one, and when he gets really mad that he missed the sale at the grocery store.
Yeah,
that was his big takeaway from the fight with the big what was his name, Crab Brulante or something like that. No,
yeah, he was like he was in that facility fighting like Carnage Kabuto, and he was like
Carnage Kabuto. That's what it was. Yes, and he's like, you know what, mother? I just missed the sale. It wasn't tomorrow. It was tonight.
Yeah. Like having like an existential crisis, like.
And I think he could beat the fuck out of Superman. I don't think DC would ever accept it or let it happen in comics, but I think Saitama
can beat everybody. Like that's the joke.
Yeah, that's the whole point. If you understand that he could beat everybody, you understand the joke of One Punch Man. I honestly think One Punch Man could beat Hokuto Shinken. What do you think, Johnny? I think he could. I think he could. And to me, the problem is that I don't think that I don't think Kenshiro would be expecting it either. I think it would literally just come out of nowhere, and that would be it. It'd be like
he would stop. He'd be talking to Newman Ryder because he'd be like, "Yo, dude, what are you doing on a bike?" And then Saitama would just come in and knock him out, dude. It would be.
It's just like you put the Dark Phoenix in front of Saitama, like he just throws a rock at her and it knocks her out.
Yeah, that's it. There's your end game. There's your end game right there. That's all you need. You don't need nothing. Like seriously, put him up against anybody, and you're.
He's such a smart ass too. Like when he fights the giant and the scientist brother, and the giant accidentally squishes the scientist guy, and he's just sitting there like kind of smiling about it. Like, did that shit just happen? Like, okay, I'm gonna have to hit this guy too, but like, dude, that was hilarious.
He told him to put some pants on. He's like, put some pants on, man.
But you're right. I don't think DC would ever let it happen. We'll never see One Punch Man versus Superman. That just won't occur.
Well, they don't make
but
Superman. They don't make Superman the strongest character in the universe. Like it's a weird thing because people keep comparing him. Just like, dude, like he never was the strongest guy. Why are you all saying this?
Well, no, you almost like a good fight would be maybe One Punch Man against Darkseid, maybe.
Oh man, Darkseid shooting Omega beams and just like Saitama looking disappointed.
yeah.
It's like, oh, I thought you were cool.
It's like, hey, yeah, what's the robot kid's name? Come over and fight this guy. I'm getting bored. He's talking too much. I need 27 words or less. The goddamn it.
Oh,
Oh,
Jenna just goes in.
Oh, yeah. it's that well we need to see something along those lines, like a Project ACO where they kind of riff on it a little bit, but they don't really. But it's not really
mean. Yeah, it's not.
well. Where yeah, you know it's Superman, you know it's Wonder Woman, but it's not. It's not explicit for legal purposes. It's not explicit, but that's how they should do it. They should do it in a Project ACO sort of way.
They recently released a newly updated remastered Project ACO, like updated Blu-ray. It's pretty cool.
Oh wow, cool.
That's old school right there. That's one of the first animes I ever watched. So
yeah, it's my favorite film. Like it has everything that I like. It's like, yeah, it's like, you know, it's one of those things that a lot of those voice actors are still in the industry, and it's like, I think what helps in these things is like making new properties, and I think that'll help and take the edge off. Because when you have legacy characters like a Black Panther or a Joker, it's really hard because people get attached to these, and so as a result, is they can't really move forward. I mean, we see that with Christopher Reeves. You know what I mean? And how deeply connected to him.
I saw something today about some fan editor wanting to do a remastered version of Superman 4, The Quest for Peace, with all the footage, and wants to do kind of like how they did like the Donner cut of Superman 2. And I'm thinking, and you know what? I wouldn't be surprised if Warner Brothers lets something like that happen, because
do they own that again? Because like, wasn't that a Canon film? Or of course they own it again. My bad. I forgot that once they bought it outright, they own everything. My dipshit.
Yeah, but I don't know, man. It's to me, it's just another example of Warner Brothers disrespect. But yeah, I think that'll happen. It's for real.
Yeah, I mean, like
anything to cash in on more Christopher Reeve, like you were saying, Tim, that people just can't let it go no matter what. So yeah.
I think if they think of it in terms of less of you're losing performance, think of it like it's like, you know, when people think about good times in the past, right? So instead of like thinking like lamenting that time is gone, think of it like an opportunity to make new memories. So now you have an ever expanding thing of memories to look back on. And so, like, you know, yes, like, you know, Chadwick can no longer.
Well, why don't? Well, this is my thing. If that's what Warner Brothers thinks, and since nobody, it seems to Warner Brothers doesn't seem to want to give into any new fan bases or anything like that, or doesn't care about, you know, anything in regards to the Snyderverse or anything like that, with people moving forward with DC in that direction. Why not just digitally recreate Christopher Reeve and bring him back to life for movies? I mean, I don't understand if that's what they, you know, if that's what it's all about, if that's how you think you're going to appease your DC fan base, then you might as well do that. Bring Christopher Reeve back digitally. It can be done. But this is Warner Brothers we're talking about, so he might come out looking a little bit messed up, considering they couldn't even get Henry Cavill's face right for Justice League. So
they'll just delist the trailer if he doesn't get the traction they want. They're like, unlist it.
Yeah, that's you know, that's the other thing. Yeah, I had an argument with somebody today. Somebody's like, well, you were wrong. You're wrong about Zack Snyder's Justice League. Just because it's unlisted doesn't mean that. They do that to trailers all the time. Try to find the Godzilla vs. Kong Blu-ray trailer. And I found the Godzilla vs. Kong Blu-ray trailer, and there's nothing wrong with it, and it's not unlisted. You can watch it. There's nothing unlisted about it. So I had to point it out. It's not, they didn't unlist Godzilla vs. Kong, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Papa, I don't know if you've seen it or not, but I highly recommend it. Came out a couple years ago. It was only like a 13 episoder. It was called A Girl Named Fujiko Mine. It's a really, really good modern extension to Lupin the Third.
Oh yeah, I saw
fun,
that.
dude.
That was awesome. That
yeah,
was
really
awesome.
cool. So if you're a fan of Lupin the Third and you haven't seen that yet, I really, really recommend it for a modern, like, kind of addition to the classic.
Did you see the most recent CGI one that they did?
Oh no, they did a new Lupin. Cool, I'll have to check it out. I always enjoy when they do new Lupin the Third because
Yes,
that's how you
CGI.
handle a franchise long term. That's how you handle a franchise.
Oh yeah, it's definitely great. And Marcus Cruz says, "Sorry, Zod, just love Millie so much." Hey, no problem, man. I told you I'm rooting for you, man. I hope you get a chance to meet her someday.
I hope I see you, Cruz, in the next Godzilla movie. You know what I'm saying? Since you're gonna be with her, I need to see you in that new Godzilla.
That would be that'd be the perfect thing. You could meet her on the set of that movie. That would work out awesome.
Still King Kong Soul Calibur axe, man. That'd be killer.
Soul Calibur axe, yes, it is Soul Calibur, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what I kept thinking.
This victory strengthens the soul of Godzilla.
Got the triumphant horns playing in the background.
Ooh, Chainsaw Man. Yes, I can't wait for the anime. I love what I've read of the manga so far.
Chainsaw Man is so excellent. Oh my god, yes, the manga is awesome. You guys, speaking of excellent manga, volume 2 of Fist of the North Star comes out at the end of this month.
Is this a re-release or is this the same guys?
It's a re-release. They're finally putting out the entire collection in English in a glorious set of hardcovers.
Oh man, the Fist of the North Star. It's like it's hard to believe. I was telling my younger brother, I was like, it's hard to believe that was released in like Shonen Jump for like young kids. I was like, Fist of the North Star should have been for young adults. Like this. It was like it released in the 80s, but I was like, dude, this thing's brutal.
Right, and you watch the anime and it's brutal. It'll put you watch the anime as an 8-year-old, and it makes a man. It makes a man out of you. You're just like, oh my god.
Yeah, it should have been
sleeveless vest now.
It should have been in Young Animal with like Berserk and Blade of the Immortal or something. One of those magazines, one of the more fucked up ones.
I mean, like Miura was like super influenced by like Fist of the North Star.
Oh,
he
can
worked
tell.
with Baronson. Like,
There's
like a picture, like there's a photo of like Miura's office, and like I think the artist like he drew Kenshiro, but like in the style of Berserk with like the big sword and like the armor, and it's just like it still fit, and I was just like, this is like Fist of the North Star influenced not just Japanese artists but like American artists. Like before we knew that like Rob Liefeld and they all knew about Fist of the North Star. They had to have known.
Oh yeah, and Berserk is basically the the dark fantasy successor to Fist of the North Star. I always look at it like that, like those two mangas. Just oh my god! But
I had no idea how influential Berserk was for a long. Like I had always known about it, but I had no idea just like the scope of his influence. Like, oh, they're the ones that Miura started the giant sword trend, and that that kind of deal.
Yeah, it's definitely when I think of like, at least for me, my two favorite mangas are Berserk and Fist of the North Star. Like I can't I'm like, and I'm just so excited that with Fist of the North Star that we're getting these beautiful hardcovers. I mean, you talk about releasing a classic in style. This is like the equivalent of like putting out the manga like a Criterion version of the manga. I would say that's a fair comparison. When you say, Johnny, because it
it's good
getting
they're
the
finally-
royal treatment.
It's good they're finally doing it. What's there? Because like there are so many influential that like really spawned so many things that we love in pop culture that we didn't know. Like that these books were responsible. Like Fist of the North Star's one before it. Like JoJo's Bizarre Adventure got this treatment from Viz, which it deeply deserved. Which a lot of people who don't know that love Street Fighter, like there would be no Street Fighter if it wasn't JoJo. All those characters
And there's a lot of Fist of the North Star influenced a lot of JoJo as well.
Yeah, of course, yeah. They both. I think JoJo started running towards the end of Fist of the North Star's run, and yeah, like it was. I can't believe that was in Shonen Jump either, because that JoJo is just so insane, man. But it's beautiful.
Yeah, JoJo is special.
But see, that's the thing. They don't care about being. They don't care about being. At that time, the Japanese they don't care about exposing kids to that kind of wanton destruction and violence. That was fine and that was acceptable back then.
I just love that it's a spoof of fighter shonen manga while being a fighter shonen manga, being one of the best ever. I love how it plays up and makes fun of the over homoeroticism of the genre, but in a way that's just completely hysterically funny and beautiful at the same time with the posing and all that. It's so iconic, and like to think that somebody was doing that like before we even knew the genre existed in the West is amazing in my opinion. Like that's so cool.
It's like, but like when they do seinen or josei, like when they do like adult man, they do like it's like look, I get like it's gonna sound like I've heard about like I haven't read Berserk, although I've heard them. Just like for me, I was like it's too brutal for me. Like I've seen some of the artwork, and I was like, "Well, this is great stuff." But I was like, "Oh no, this is above my pay grade." So like, I'm gonna have to take the L on that. But it's like, it's like their audience they focus more on, they pay attention. They're very interactive. Their manga industry. One of the plus of the industry is those surveys. I'm sure we've all heard about the surveys and the rankings. They really pay attention to what their audience likes,
to what the fans are really into, and
deeply, and like they really roll into that. Whereas in the state side, there's less of that. There is less.
I would say there's less of it. And then for example, in the case of Warner Brothers, you have a company that actively works against its fan base. That's what's so hilarious about it. I've never seen anything like it in my life. We're living in an unprecedented time where,
in a weird way, Warner Brothers actually owns Shonen Jump, who are responsible for that. So it's weird that like the Eastern version of it is so different, because as far as I know, like Warner Brothers Japan is owned by Warner Brothers over here that owns Viz, that owns Shonen Jump. So
wait, Warner Brothers owns Viz?
I believe so, right?
Really? I don't know. I don't know. I'm not legitimately. I don't know if they do.
Let's look that up. We got to find the answer to that one.
Well, because Warner Brothers has been making really big headway in Japan lately. They got a really good studio. They've been putting out like most of my favorite Miike movies from over there. So like their studio over there is way different than over here, though. I can tell you that. Like I don't think they listen to the executives. I don't think Walter Hamada has fuck all to say about what Warner Brothers Japan does.
Walter Hamada thinks a shoujo manga is a soda. Like he doesn't know what it is. He's like, "What is that?"
That's a Happy Meal toy, right? I got one of those at a gacha machine once, I think.
I heard about a guy. He got a shonen, but he had to get a shot from a doctor. So I think he's all right.
I'm trying to see. I'm trying to see. I don't see. I'm trying to see.
Well,
I'm looking at who owns what.
So
I think they.
Because I'm actually like, they have submissions for manga for international, and that's where I'm like, that's what I've been working on. Like, I'm going to submit like a manga proposal to Viz. And
you don't want to work for Viz. There are so many better companies out there, man. Like most of the best manga, like comic books, are put out by the smaller magazines, man. Like most of my favorite stuff comes out of one called Afternoon, which like you like really hard sci-fi. That would be one to go for. That's like where like Tsutomu Nihei puts his stuff out at and stuff. So if you're a sci-fi head, So,
because like this is like it's more like an adventure story. Like
okay,
it's about library cops, so it's like an action comedy.
Oh, cool.
that's pretty
So
cool.
like it's
That
like the tone of
sounds
like the
awesome.
Naked Gun with like the scope of like Lupin the Third. So if you combine those two, like that's kind of what's going on. Like there's like spies and all this kind of stuff, and just like they drive around in like it's like a modded out Model T hot rod, and it's just like there's like rival organizations. They like it's like, and the only reason I say Viz is because I was looking at companies that like one that allow you to have your IP, but also let you like at least let you submit to at least try out and have a read. So and I found out about Viz has their open submission, and it's like it's that's just what I knew so far in the trout, and they let you keep the rights, submit, still post your stuff even if they don't.
Gotcha. I just as a snobby fan, I was just like voicing my opinion, but I hear what you're saying. Do you have any plans to maybe Kickstarter that as an American project before you try to have it released? Because in Asia, by any chance?
I mean, like what I was gonna do basically, like it's like I was gonna give it to them because like no expectations, like it's like that Bad TV had lowered expectations. That's where we're at. So it's like I was gonna like trying to work out how to put it out online, and then I was gonna basically like do what Eastman and Lear did, was basically they collected their stuff, they printed it out themselves, and they made a bunch of copies, and then took an ad out in like a magazine. They're like, look, here's our book. If you want to, if you want it, sell, send us X amount and we'll send you the book. And so I was just going to just send it myself because I don't have a following of that sort, And so that obviously, like, you're kind of at a deficit. That's why, like, going to places like Viz and Suecia and Kandansha, they don't have, like, there's no offices here yet. Although I suspect they definitely are going to try to gain a foothold in the American audience.
Oh, since they finally kicked it open, yeah, it took them a while to get big over here, but manga is huge. I think Demon Slayer is the most read shit right now, so yeah. Like it took a long time, but like manga's finally getting its due, which is funny because like in Europe and Asia, it's reigned supreme for decades, but
South
we're
America,
always a little late.
oh man, it's like I'm not like married to like Viz. I'm just like okay, where's the scene that
it still doesn't say exactly. I looked it up. It doesn't say exactly who owns it in the United States. It looks like it's saying that it's still owned by Japanese publishing conglomerates.
That's good then.
So that's good news. That's good news because I think there was a discrepancy with the Crunchyroll thing too, because Warner Brothers had bought a stake in the Crunchyroll, but I think Sony they sold it to Sony. I think Sony owns Crunchyroll now.
Which Sony is not Sony's losing favor in Japan, which is not good for a Japanese native company.
One of their biggest too. Wow, they're actually finally in shit over there. Wow.
Yeah, so I'm like, I'm just trying to get in wherever. Like, I'm planning to like look at self-publishing, but like it helps when a
as a person,
that's the one thing I wish we had more of.
Well, promoting and supporting indie books is what I do. Start an Instagram, man. Start putting your artwork up on there. Start building a following, and yeah, dude, self-publishing is a very viable possibility. And yeah, Kickstarter is a good one to help you.
Yeah, like I've been posting stuff. I actually do have an Instagram, and
All right, cool. I'll have to get a hold of your stuff and start promoting for you. Then I'll help you out a little bit, man. That's what I do. That's my pleasure in life, is trying to help people find their next favorite comic book they don't know about yet. So.
Pow. That's some great stuff, guys. Yes. And Manny V wants to know, isn't it great that Nolan effectively said suck at WB by going to Universal for his next World War II movie? Report budget $100 million. Yeah, that was a huge loss. That's official. That's a huge L for WB.
Huge L.
How are they losing this
To
bad?
lose
This
Christopher
is
Nolan, he's
bad.
their
Like,
top
oh.
dog. Like I guess Clint Eastwood, if they lost him, they would that's their two big ones I think they have right now, right? So or they don't have Nolan no more. Universal got his ass, so
They
yeah.
don't have Nolan anymore. They don't have. Apparently, they don't have Patty Jenkins either, because Patty Jenkins has been talking a lot of smack. And well, she's making a Star Wars movie, so and
everybody's been dogging out WB.
dogging out WB. Yeah, I think
Like,
I think the
it's like they don't even have James Gunn. James Gunn is going back to Marvel. Like,
Yeah, Nolan's stepping
This
out
is-
on
oh,
them though.
man.
That's scary for them. Like they're fucked in a little bit here. Like they should really
I think they
take
still have Ben, right? Like Ben's still under contract with them, I think.
Ben Affleck. Yeah, but
Yeah.
they don't do anything with him. They haven't let him direct since what was that crappy gangster movie that he put out when he
You
was
talking about the way back
not-
home?
oh, it
No,
was
we own the
it
night
was
or whatever.
live by night or something.
yeah.
Something like that. Yeah, it was that that gangster movie nobody cared about. He
Which is sad because he's an award-winning director, and they promised him the moon when he said he would play Batman for him. And yeah, so I bet you he's going to step out too, because they haven't honored their agreement, and he didn't want to play Batman, and he did it more than he needed to. He even showed up in Suicide Squad for free. So
he did that for free?
The first Suicide Squad movie, yeah, he wasn't actually contractually obligated to be
well,
in
that shows he
film,
loves the character.
Yeah, and they treat him like that. So I wouldn't be surprised if next thing you hear is Ben Affleck's making Argo 2 for Universal, man. Like,
I mean, he's already said, like, he said more flattering things about Marvel and Kevin Feige when he did that tour more than he has about WB.
Oh yeah, nobody talks good about WB right now. Only good thing we talk about when we talk about WB is their animation.
Like, if you would have told me that in like 2014 or right before after Man of Steel came out, I'm like, wait, no one fumbles that bad. That wouldn't happen. And here we are, and just like, wow, it happened. It happened.
Yeah, literally. Any news on the Hollywood live action adaptation on Attack on Titan? No, I haven't heard anything about that.
Put on hold with the COVID, and I bet you it's still going to happen, man. There's a lot of money in that, and I'd actually be interested to see it, especially if they get a really good European director and they film it like in Holland, because I did enjoy a little bit of the Japanese film. I thought it was neat that they made it post-apocalyptic, but if they actually make it look like it's like filmed in old like Germanic countries, like the anime, and
that would be insane.
Yeah, it would be really neat, and I think that a Western production would be the best way to do that. Plus, I think they could do the special effects with the kick pants and the swords a lot better than the Japanese could, because I love Japanese films. They just don't have the money to pour into the budgets like the Hollywood studios do. So asking them to make like a $200 million action movie, even out of one of their biggest properties, they can't afford to do it. They just can't. So
that's why like, people are so nervous about the Cowboy Bebop and One Piece live adaptions and from Netflix. We were just like,
Netflix does have the money, so
I just hope they don't Death Note Cowboy Bebop.
Wow!
One Piece can do whatever they want to, but Cowboy Bebop they better treat with some fucking respect. Otherwise, like I'm not gonna say I'm gonna cancel Netflix. I'm not gonna go get Cuties mad, but like I'm gonna actually throw some shade at Netflix. Finally,
Cuties mad.
I'm gonna throw some shade at Netflix if they fuck up Bebop. I'm not gonna lie.
Like Death Note should have been a layup. Like Death Note is so low maintenance in terms of like VFX. It's low maintenance, and like that should have been a slam dunk,
right? And yeah, they just completely fucking
they let the Godzilla versus Kong director do his fan fiction version of it, and yeah,
that was the same dude.
Willem Dafoe as Ryuk was great though. Like they should have.
Well, I mean, he was going to get that. He was going to get that role. That was going to be the case anyway. It was regardless of who directed it. They were going to, if they had half a brain, they would have got Willem Dafoe for Ryuk. But
Willem Dafoe's a great actor. That's the thing. Yeah. Like he's
We got the voice, and he looks like him. They barely had to put anything on him to make him look
His
like
face is like he's got like that Steve Buscemi face, which is like
he looks
he's
like
like
Steve Buscemi on crack. He's even worse. So yeah,
Yeah, there you
it's
go.
like, you can't stop looking at him. He's just like, look at his face. Like,
Remember when Jacob Sartorius and Millie Bobby Brown dated back in 2017
I have no idea who
until
Jacob Sartorius is.
August 2018 after 7 months of dating? Such weird times. Well, it is weird, but here's the thing. You got an entire biography on her.
Yeah.
I didn't know. I have no idea, dude.
I'll wait for the movie with John Krasinski as Jacob Sartorius and what's her name as
Emily
Blunt.
Blunt.
That's happening.
Emily Blunt can play Millie Bobby Brown in the movie. And Marcus Cruz, you could play Jake Bon Jovi.
Yeah.
you know what? I'm
Quiet Place
surprised
Part
that
3.
no studio at least has tried to make. It's like a slam dunk movie, like based off the manga.
Oh
Like,
yeah, based off the manga and the animes, the basketball. Yeah. That probably would translate well, but they'd have to Americanize it.
I mean,
Well, another one is like I don't understand why they keep trying to mess with stuff like Akira and Ghost in the Shell when Appleseed is so perfectly attuned for an American adaptation.
Yes.
It's not even funny, and it's like, why don't you look at this one? It's by the same guy, and it is perfect. You get Ron
By
Perlman
the
as Greg
same
Arias.
guy.
You get a cute blonde girl to play Doonan, and it's gonna rock. You know what I mean? Like, leave Ghost in the Shell alone. Like, Appleseed is perfect for an American film. Like, in the story, but Hollywood just doesn't understand anime. They do not fucking get it close.
Well, see, this is why Akira will never be made in live action. I mean, think about it. They went to the last director they went to Jordan Peele.
Yeah.
This is
Watiti
no disrespect to
was
him.
the
Like,
last
this is-
guy.
Well, yeah, Watiti was the last guy, but that was after Jordan Peele turned it down. So
because he knows it's out of his wheelhouse. Like Akira's a giant film.
Well, he had just made
Get Out.
Yeah, which was like a $1 million movie, and they were like,
like a $1 million Twilight Zone episode.
They were like, "Here's all this money, make this movie." And he's just like, "No, I don't know how to do that." Like, fuck off! Like, you're not tracking me here, dude. Like I'm not Josh Trank Jr. here.
And it's just like and the thing is, it's like you take a director who understands and accepts the cultural differences, and I think that's where some of these movies, like Ghost in the Shell and Akira, they're very Japanese in a lot of ways, like in sensibilities and storytelling. And it's like, if you're the director, you have to accept it as a director. You have to embrace it in order for this to work. Otherwise, it's like you're going to try to inject Americans or Western sensibilities, and it's going to clash.
Absolutely,
it's not going to work.
Absolutely, you're this is the reason why Akira will never be made. I mean, at one point they had Keanu Reeves attached to play Kaneda.
Whoa, I don't watch.
I like Keanu Reeves, but no.
I would get him to play the general, or maybe what the terrorist guy, the main terrorist guy was Ryu. He'd be good as Ryu, I guess, maybe.
I mean, there's also the thing of like, does it need to be live action?
No.
Like, there's this is like
I want an animated series for the comic book. I want the whole series to be animated. That's
what the rumor was, right? Wasn't the rumor that was the plan, that Otomo was coming back for a adaptation of the actual manga, that he was on board and they were going to adapt the manga chapter by chapter, and that's what we were going to get, and that's what we're waiting for. As Akira fans, that's pretty much all we have left, right? If we're gonna get I mean, a live action movie is going to be crap. Anybody that tries to attempt it, I don't think that people, because here's the thing: if the Japanese
movie,
if the Japanese
movie, and it's going to be worse.
The only way that they would, even the Japanese wouldn't even touch it. If they were going to do a live action, it would be the most expensive Japanese movie ever made, and they wouldn't dare do it because they know if they mess it up.
They've never even mused at the idea of doing it. They've
No.
just never been put into production. I don't think. I mean, maybe the idea's been floated here or there, but like the studios have never. I've never encouraged it. I've never heard like them being like, "Yeah, we're doing Akira." Like they just like understand that, like, no, fuck that.
They're gonna go to Toho and be like, "Hey, yeah, let's make Akira," and everybody in the boardroom's gonna be laughing. They're gonna be like,
okay. right now, financially, the Japanese like animation industry is like they're struggling because one, like a lot of different companies are like trying to get in on anime, and they're offering higher salaries to popular directors in Japan. Like China's trying to get in, Netflix, and like like the industry has like their habit of underpaying and overworking their animation teams has really come back to haunt them because now they're like places like are poaching their talent, and it's like if you're overworked in like Japan, like an anime is like, and you get this bigger contract. And like, the director, your friends was saying like, look, like I'm jumping to this project because they'll at least pay way better. It's like, how could you turn it down? You know what I mean? It's like,
hey, Koopy Malik's back. I'm gonna address something he talked about a long ass time ago. Prime was making really good points about Star Wars, so I didn't want to interrupt him. But Koopy, I want to know what was actually good about that really awful Thomas Jane Punisher YouTube movie, because you said that is the Punisher. Like, I watched it. It's terrible. The Punisher sits there drinking chocolate milk while a child is tortured outside. How is that anything Frank Castle would ever do? Like, I honestly
doesn't sound like Frank Castle at all.
I would like to understand the rationality behind how that's the best adaptation you've seen so far. Just wondering. Not trying to call you out. I want to know because it was interesting to see earlier. I've heard a lot of people say it. I never got it. I never liked that short film.
Oh, you're talking about Dirty Laundry. You're talking about Dirty Laundry. Yeah.
The one where he sits there drinking the Yoo-hoo while the kid's being tortured outside. It's terrible. It's not Punisher at all.
Wasn't DiCaprio attached to Akira at some point, and Bully Maguire attached to Robotech? Yes. Bully Maguire was attached to Robotech, and DiCaprio was attached to
Tugboat Maguire. Was he going to play Rick Hunter?
I'm gonna assume so.
I remember hearing that way back after the Spyro trailer because he's like a big fan. But again, like that's a very expensive film. Like anything with mechs, Gundams, if you're doing live action, it's like making Alita again. It's expensive.
I like Toby a bit, but dude, he is wrong for Robotech. I'm happy that didn't.
I don't know. We don't even know though for sure. We know he was involved like behind the scenes with the production. I don't know if he necessarily was going to act in it. I think
Min-May's cousin, he might have been pretty good as like.
Yeah, because then he could do an adaptation of Bully Maguire as Min-May's cousin, and he could really beat folks
you stay
up.
Away from my cousin, I get the fucker, all right? Like pretty much dude's mentality.
Oh my God, this is where the show's gone. Wow, okay. Bully Maguire raping his cousin. Terrible.
Oh.
Hey, you're telling me you didn't get that feeling from him in Robotech?
From Kyle? Kyle. Well, first of all, his name is Kyle. So yes, I got that feeling. Yes. Kyle wanted to rape Min-May every moment he was on screen with her. So yeah,
it's that song, man. Stage lights flashing, the feelings smashing. It's hot, dude. It gets me going too, and it stopped the whole Zentradi war. Like, I would love to see Robotech done as a film. I think it could be done really well now. And I love the idea.
Who would you want as a director? Who would you want to direct it? Because that's the thing. Like,
well, after seeing *Malignant*, not James Wan. I hope he's off the project because that movie was terrible.
Not James. Well, okay, but who would you suggest for it? Because
Justin Lin, the better version of James Wan, I guess. Like as far as action guys go, those are the two I can think of. Like I don't watch too many.
For Robotech though, it's got to be somebody a little more sci-fi. I say, you know who I want to do it, and I know this would be a controversial pick. I want Paul Verhoeven to do Robotech.
Yes, I think Paul Verhoeven.
I think Paul Verhoeven could do Robotech justice.
I think he would nail the theme and tone of the American cartoon perfectly. If you're a Macross fan, you'd probably be pissed off. But if you're a Robotech fan, I think Paul Verhoeven's the perfect guy for it.
Oh, yes. Paul Verhoeven could.
Canon and all that shit. Yeah, Paul Verhoeven.
He would make, could you imagine how amazing and epic of a character he would make Roy Fokker in live action? Are you kidding me? The sex scene alone between Roy Fokker and Claudia would be worth the price of admission for the movie right then and there. And then Rick Hunter would be just like, hell, if you get Paul Verhoeven directing, you could literally get Bully Maguire to play Rick Hunter at that point. I wouldn't care because Paul Verhoeven would make it work. Like it would be totally oh my God. Yeah, Paul Verhoeven would make it work.
Not to mention him, I would actually want Verhoeven to direct a live action One Punch Man movie.
Like I could see that too.
it's like that's also being up for grabs. Like his sensibilities, I was just like, I didn't think about him, but like, yes. I could see him doing One Punch Man. Yes, actually.
Did Koopy ever respond to me? Just wondering. Do you know?
Koopy said, what did he say? He said, to me, the bootleg video has the same feel as the one I got with the Punisher Warzone.
The Punisher Warzone with Ray Steve, like no, I mean how? I'm just wondering because in that one the Punisher acted like the Punisher. He saw a bad guy, he went out and he stuck a pencil in his head. You know what I mean? Whereas in Dirty Laundry, like he literally sits there drinking chocolate milk while a child is being tortured, and he's just like, no, I'm not. Like at the very end of the film, he gets up and does something. It's not it is so far from the Punisher. It's not even funny. That's like having Batman being like, but Alfred, I really need to tug one out before I go fight the Joker. Like, you know, I know it's humanly correct or whatever, or you want to be like, oh, but realistic. Like, but we're talking about fictional characters and like cartoonish type villainy, and it is polar opposite to anything we've ever seen in the character. And I even as compared to the Thomas Jane Punisher movie, which was terrible as well, like he didn't even act like the Punisher from that film in that short film. So like I'm wondering about the validity of it being true Punisher, man. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be too big of a dick, but I love Frank Castle. He's one of my actual Marvel characters that like I will check out his new runs no matter what, even if I hate the label at the time. You know what I mean? So I'm a little stickler when it comes to it. I'm sorry, buddy. Robotech's a masterpiece, man.
I think it needs to be moved for more 2D animated in theater, specifically for America. I think like if we're going to adapt stuff, like adapt it animated. You know what I mean? I think that would provide more work, but it's more forgiving and it's actually easier.
Well, and plus people can work on the animation from their homes.
Plus Marvel needs to have some actual good fucking cartoons out, man, because what if kicked a door open, and they should really capitalize on it because they haven't had really good animated series.
That's true. That's one of the things about Marvel that hasn't always worked in their favor. When you compare what DC and Warner Brothers does with animation versus what Marvel does with animation, DC literally wipes the floor with Marvel and animation. And this what if is the first big step for Marvel taking risks with their animation, which is what I like, the fact that they're taking risks.
Neo Sevens. I actually got to meet Thomas Jane myself at a convention. He was in the bar after hours and entertaining us for shots of Charlie Walker. It was awesome. He is a wonderful human being, really hilarious fella. I really wish that he had a better shake as the Punisher, because I think he could have played it well. I just don't think he worked with good enough filmmakers, sadly.
Yeah, we got to get Paul Verhoeven to direct it.
Oh, dude, Paul Verhoeven doing a Punisher would be so fucking good.
Oh, that'd be insane.
Like, it would be straight up the Garth Ennis Punisher, perfectly done.
Yeah. It would be straight up. It would be over the top. It would have some of the most brutal, gory, violent sequences you've ever seen in an action
Shoot
film.
'em up. It'd be like that movie Shoot 'em Up. Like it'd be like fight scenes out of that film.
You guys ever see Thomas Jane in a movie called Give 'Em Hell Malone?
Yeah, it's probably my favorite film of his, man. Like,
I only bring that up because that's what the Punisher really should have been. Basically, you should have had more. It should have been more Give 'Em Hell Malone and less whatever they were trying to do with the movie that they did make. I don't know.
yeah, John Travolta was so bad in that, dude. Like,
they just got John Travolta because it was John Travolta. That's all it was, really. He needed a paycheck, and that was what it was. That was a paycheck film. And Marcus Cruz says that Moon Knight will reportedly have a fight scene similar to the Daredevil hallway sequence.
oh, dude, like, if you want to see something really cool, get Moon Knight issue 5 by Warren Ellis. I call it the mini raid because it's basically Moon Knight going up a building, rescuing a kidnapped girl from a gang, and he takes this gang apart person by person, going up the stairs. And if they adapt that into a episode of the show, that would be so fucking amazing. It would be one of the coolest things you've ever seen, because the way what's his name, he's Declan Chevy draws it in the issue, it is gloriously rendered, and I think it's a perfect poster board for one of the greatest episodes you'll ever see. And I hope that is reportedly what Marvel's going to do. That's like the Daredevil hallway fight.
He said he'll be taking on a group of mercenaries in a choreographed sequence, then draws a parallel to the hallway fight sequence from Marvel's Daredevil. Okay, okay, cool. I'm hyped for Moon Knight. I think Moon Knight's going to be awesome. They definitely got a good actor. So
the hallway fight scene in season 1 was great, but in season 2, where he fights the biker gang through the whole building, was way better. Like, I would hope that they would try to do something more like that, to tell you the truth.
I like the fight scene. First, if they adapt, it's a panel. I don't know which comic it was from for Moon Knight, but he was chasing after Dracula to collect his money, and he called him a giant dope.
Yeah, I want my money, you fucking dork.
Yeah.
I love that.
I saved that frame. I was like, I need this comic. I don't know what's going on, but I need this comic.
Yeah, that's some dope stuff, man.
It was drawn by Bill Sienkiewicz. It's from the classic old school Moon Knight comic. And yeah, some fan actually wrote that in, but yeah, that's one of my favorite memes ever. Dracula, I want my money, you fucking dork.
Just calling him Dracula dork. The disrespect, you know.
Oh god, it's perfect. That's perfect.
What kind of fights, the hallway fights, that I would like to see more of, or something similar, is like the hallway scene in Old Boy.
Oh wow, yes.
Like that scene where it's just like, it had such a real feel to it, because it's like the guy's not like, he's not like a skilled fighter, he's just a guy with a hammer. Yeah. And he's he's worn out, and it's like, I don't know, it feels like how they're moving. I was just like, yeah, this feels close to how something like this would go down. Like, it was just like, I don't think there was any music.
If Marvel wants to show me they have some balls, they should do like the dentist scene with the claw hammer from Old Boy with Moon Knight. Have him like totally like have I don't know, some villain just tied duct tape to the chair and just like 1 tooth, 2 teeth. Like, yeah, that would be.
And we're gonna get all this. We're gonna get all this on Disney Plus, guys.
You know what? I bet honestly, like the way they've done things, it's a carefully constructed thing to allow them to do this. That's the mess. That's like the hilarious part. It's like, no, there was no plan before, but they're essentially laying a groundwork where they can basically do whatever they want.
They're breaking their own rules a little bit at a time. Because I never thought, when I first heard of The Mandalorian, I didn't think it would end up the way it was. I was so surprised, and they kept pushing it, and it got more and more brutal. And by the end of season 2, they're smashing stormtroopers' fucking masks off their heads with sledgehammers. You know what I mean? So I'm like, okay, let's start putting a little bit of this into the Marvel stuff, man, and we might actually have some stuff with some balls to it coming out. Like, wow.
Oh yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. Well, that's the thing. The fact that they're putting Moon Knight on there, I think is like the over the top. Is like the simmering fizz at the top. They got
2 indie horror guys to do the show running for it too.
Right. Like, so what are you gonna say? So basically, you're gonna when Moon Knight chops off a dude's balls right on Disney Plus.
Well, Moon Knight's number 1 villain is a guy called Bushman, and
there you go.
Moon Knight cuts his face off in the comics, and it's very well documented, and it's well known, and it's something that they're going to have to do on the show to appease fans. So that's something that we might be looking forward to, is an actual face skinning on Disney Plus.
A face skinning on Disney Plus. Well, there you go. The memes are going to be off the charts.
And Walter Hamada was freaking out about. Like, you don't even see the decapitation. First off, you don't actually see her cut anything. It's like, this is more violent than anything that David Ayer or Zach was doing in their film. Like, there's like it's amazing.
Moon Knight, they're going to be cutting faces off on Disney Plus. So that's that says a lot right there, dude. It's like crazy. Oh my God. Koopy Bellick says, anyone here have any news on the upcoming Resident Evil movie? No, I haven't heard anything. You guys?
No, Mila Jovovich, don't holler at me.
Yeah, dude. If it's not Paul W.S. Anderson, I'm not watching, man. That's my franchise for life. I don't care what the haters say.
He made the first Mortal Kombat movie. Like,
I mean, and that movie is a classic. I don't care what anybody says.
Yeah, no.
You could take that movie and put that movie up against this new 2021 crap, whatever that was.
The Cole Young Adventures.
Yeah, Cole Young Adventures. Use your uppercut, Daddy. We got
Monster Hunter movie was lit last year too, man. He had Tony Jaa jumping around doing all kinds of cool shit. Ron Perlman with He-Man hair. Like, I like Paul W.S. Anderson. He gets shit on a lot, but the only film of his I've ever disliked was Pompeii. Like, everything else he's done, I've loved since. I think Shopping was the first movie of his I seen, but Soldiers when I really fell in love with his work. And
he gets consistent work. Like, the man is like always working. Like, that's like, he gets work.
Oh yeah. I think they should I honestly think they should let him make another Mortal Kombat movie. Let him do it now that they're not afraid to go all out with fatalities and stuff. Let him do the Mortal Kombat movie he originally wanted to do.
Where, like, Cole gets butchered at the beginning.
Yeah,
like,
coleslaw.
We just have a zombie. He becomes zombie Scorpion, and we just actually have a legit Mortal Kombat movie that's about a fucking fighting competition and not some guy. I don't even know what the hell the Mortal Kombat movie that came out earlier this year was supposed to be about.
It should have been called Mortal Stalker because it was, it should have been called Cold Mortal Stalker because Sub-Zero was just stalking Coleslaw the entire movie. So it should have just been, that's what it should have been called.
If it wasn't for Kano and Cabal, there'd have been nothing worth watching.
Oh man. You take Kano out of this movie, it becomes a hard watch.
like literally a hard watch on the level of where you're literally falling asleep the entire time. Like, dude, I can't stay awake. Oh, and that dude Vince says, as long as y'all don't say Annihilation is a good movie. No, nobody will ever say that Annihilation is a good movie.
Had a good
soundtrack. Just a funny movie. That's just a funny movie. That's all it is.
Annihilation was like literally taking everything that was good about Mortal Kombat and just raping it.
It was so silly. I saw
It was
it
a violation.
It was like
It should have been called Mortal Kombat Violation. That's what it should have been called.
Dude, the funny thing is I think that the goddamn animated movie that just came out was based off of the original script because, like, when I watched Battle for the War Realms, it was literally just Mortal Kombat Annihilation, but the watchable version. It was actually good. It had
the good script. Oh God, it was great.
But they didn't have the hamster balls that travel through the center of the earth, so I felt a little robbed. I was hoping for the hamster balls, but
it was such a good. It was just so well done. My God, the story was just fantastic, and like I was blown away again. You know, these two recent Mortal Kombat animated movies that came out and both of them were incredible. I was like, man, I don't know why they can't do a movie this good.
I think it's a matter of not trusting the audience or specifically new people who would come to it. You know, they might because I remember that was the line of reasoning for including Cole Young.
Yeah, Cole was the literal plot armor. That's what Katsuko says. Yeah,
that Katsuko.
Oh, that's amazing. That's exactly what it is. And that dude Vince says, I like the new Mortal Kombat movie. Okay, well, you're entitled to your opinion, man. I'm not gonna crap on you because you like it.
It's a bad film. Like it's not
perfectly serviceable.
Yeah, it's not jujitsu. It's not like an awesome film.
I wish they would have let Uwe Boll direct it. Neo7 says Event Horizon was amazing. Yeah, Event
another
Horizon.
Paul W.S. Anderson classic.
Great movie. Kupi Malik says, I think the new Resident Evil movie is titled Welcome to Raccoon City, and it's not made by Paul Anderson. Paul W. Anderson. RE series is good, but had no connections to the game story-wise. That's all.
Yeah, and I know that. Well, that's what I hear, but like he worked them in. Like by the end, like you did have Vincent and all them characters finally show up, and I think they were depicted well. I liked what he did. Like I love the Resident Evil games, but I think the films were a little more fun than just having a movie about Jill Valentine walking around a fucking house, not being able to find a key. Right?
And that dude Vince says, my brother loved Annihilation and asked me why people hate on it. I'm like, dude, it was a direct-to-video shitfest that went to theaters with missing CGI. Yeah, it's a horrible movie, and you know, like Johnny said, if you watch the new movie Battle for the Realms, the new animated film, it's what Annihilation probably was originally envisioned to be before they fired all the actors and canceled all the checks for the movie. I honestly feel, because all the checks bounced. I watched a documentary about Annihilation, and it was hilarious. They talked to
checks bounced. Really?
They talked to the guy who produced it. Who is the guy? The guy that produced the first one and the second one. The Warner Brothers guy who was on board with Mortal Kombat. He was in love with the
guy that actually went to
game.
Midway and begged them to let him
make the movie in the first place.
Peter Safran?
He thought, is that him? I can't remember his name, the guy. But anyway, he was an old man, and they interviewed him, and he's like, yeah, you know, we thought we could do a sequel where we saved money. And all the actors from the original movie thought they were going to be coming back for the second movie, and none of them got a call. And that's because what they were trying to do. The only person they brought back was Liu Kang, I guess, maybe because
they reached out to Christopher
Asian
Lambert,
actor,
and he said he read the script.
He read the script, and he's like, no.
He's like, can we do another pass at this script? Can we do another bet? And they said no. It's like,
here's the thing. When Christopher Lambert says no to your script, okay,
he'll be in anything,
and you've got a movie that literally is got to be like the turd from the deepest depths of hell, because I mean, this is a guy
He's like
that
Nicolas
will,
Cage in a way.
yeah, in a way, he'll do movies like
He was
that.
the '90s Nicolas Cage. Like what Nicolas Cage is now is what Lambert was when I was a
Yes,
kid. Yeah, so-
exactly.
Yep, exactly a beautiful comparison. And that's why I don't understand like why they looked at that and thought, when they knew they had a cash cow, especially with how successful the first film was, why they wouldn't bring everybody back and follow it up in style and just do it right. Why
Where did Sonya get her hair cut?
It's
She
Warner
got a
Brothers.
haircut. Like, wait, they fixed up right after the end of Mortal Kombat 1. Mortal Kombat Annihilation, she's got shoulder length hair. Into Mortal Kombat 1, it's halfway down her back. Where'd she change her clothes?
She's like a foot taller and like way skinnier too. So
Yeah. She lost weight in the minutes that transpired between the two films.
Liu Kang got a new shirt.
Right. Liu Kang got tired of sniffing the shirt he was wearing before, so.
And his mullet got longer too, right? Didn't
Yeah.
his hair get-
Like
classic '90s mullet.
Like I feel like they could have sincerely, but again, this is WB we're talking about. Their
classic New Line Cinema ideology.
Crap. It's just legit garbage, man. Like I can't understand how you could do it. And then you see these animated movies, Mortal Kombat movies, and they're literally brilliant.
It's the second one, Vince. It's a perfect sequel to Scorpion's Revenge. It actually follows it up. It actually starts with this really cool, like, Lord of the Rings battle with, like, the Baraka dudes getting into battlements, and Johnny Cage and them are, like, shooting them. And, oh, dude, it's so gangster, dude.
It is great. It is great. And you actually get to see Johnny Cage do some of his signature moves in this movie, man.
And I like the way they do him. I like that he's almost like a Lupin the Third character in it. Like, he is such an anime doofus, and I like that portrayal of him in the cartoon.
Oh, yeah. It was done so well. They better not screw him up in this next movie when they
will.
Bring him in.
You know they will. Did you watch part one? I mean, as good as it was, as much as I did like it, and as a bad film, like, I have no hope for the sequel. Even though it has my favorite actor in the world. I love Tobanado Asano, and he is good as Raiden. But, like, oh my god, like, he has just got.
I really didn't think he was good as Raiden. I didn't like him as Raiden. I thought Christopher Lambert was a much better Raiden.
He had better hair, that's for sure. I'll give you that.
He's better written. That's
yeah. And see, this is how you know, when you look at the original movie from '95, that movie had the disadvantage of trying to appeal to a general audience, whereas now they didn't have that problem with the new movie. The new movie had no excuse not to be perfect because they could go all out. They could do everything Mortal Kombat.
And they showed off that they were going to be bloody. It was going to be crazy. The first trailer came out. Everybody was excited. All they had to do is make the Paul W.S. Anderson movie again, basically, with Mortal Kombat 11 gore in it. And people would have fucking loved it, and they couldn't even do that. They had to put some, Daddy, do the uppercut.
They had to make it some weird.
This film had 10-year development. 10 years. This film has been
and they screwed over the Mortal Kombat Legacy guy that had all these ideas that he wanted to do for films, and he had brought in all these. I don't know if you guys saw that Mortal Kombat Legacy series where they had Michael J. White as Jax. And they had Casper Van Dien as Johnny Cage. I mean, they really, they were really trying to take it in a better direction. And they had so many. They even brought back the original Shang Tsung from the first movie.
Yeah, Kerry
Tagawa.
Hell yeah.
Dude, he's always game for that. Like he was so perfectly cast as Shang Tsung.
Well, that's why they use him. That's why he came back. He came back and he did his voice for Shang Tsung again in Mortal Kombat 11. So that was.
Yep, you can play. And the thing is, he aged into the role. So like he's perfectly old enough to be old Shang Tsung. Like he's right in. Right,
and that to me, you know, these are the little massive successes that work out well for Mortal Kombat. But that's why I say this movie had no excuse not to be great, because again, the 10 years in development, it just
had bright spots. The villains were great. I loved that it reminded me of the Masters of the Universe movie when they were in Outworld. I liked Kung Lao. I thought that he had potential. They killed him off really stupidly, though.
Yeah, Kung Lao was cool. I agree.
His death had no weight. Like, after he was dead, it didn't matter.
He didn't even lose a fight. They should have at least had him get his ass kicked before they took his soul. Like, I thought that was such a cop-out. Like, that never happens in Mortal Kombat. You got to get your ass kicked before you get killed.
Right. And it could have been an epic fight, especially with how they positioned Kung Lao. We were all watching this movie waiting for a big fight. And yeah. So
it's just like, hey, come here, you're dead.
Hey, come here, you're over with. But it's okay. We can have Cole survive for the next movie. You know,
I think the problem
that's cool.
They were really hoping. I think the problem is this film is also constructed to be part of a trilogy or more, and I think that really hurt the film, because I'm like, you're leaning on the possibility. You're calling it Mortal Kombat, but saving the tournament to the next movie.
Right.
Like, you have high hopes, and like the film has to deliver on like
whatever happened.
No, it's getting a sequel. I have no doubt it's getting a sequel.
Tim, whatever happened to throwing everything that you really want to do in your first movie and then dealing with the sequel if it comes to that? That's what I never understood. Like, I never understood why, like, now everything is set up for sequels. Like, that's the whole reason these movies are made now, to set up the next movie. It's crazy.
That's Marvel. Thanks to Marvel.
Well, the thing is they think that, like, just because they have one in mind, that everybody's just going to jump on and love it. Like, they did the same thing with the Dark Universe. They put all their eggs in these baskets, and it's like everybody looked at it and were like, no, that looks like shit, though. You're like, I get that you're trying to do Marvel with the old Universal monsters, but no, thank you.
Nobody wants that. Hey, now, Uabo's a friend of mine now, okay? I know the man. I can't.
Dude, talk shit. He'll have you come to his island and he will box you and kick your ass. Uabo
is a good dude, man. I've talked to him. I've had him on. You can ask Johnny. I had him on the ZodWriter show years ago, a couple different times, and the man is.
He shows up and he has a good time too. He laughed his ass off with you. It was
good. He's always willing to talk about his movies, and he's very open about it. He's a good dude. I wish there were more directors that were as fun to talk to as Uabo. The two times I interviewed Uabo, I was really, really happy both times. So I can't say enough nice things about the man, to be honest with you.
When you look at the first Mortal Kombat, like both films took liberties, right? But it's like, it feels like the first one is so much, the 95 one is so much more faithful. It feels like the game.
Yes, it does.
Well,
like
the game was based off of the movie Enter the Dragon. So Paul W.S. Anderson just remade Enter the Dragon with Mortal Kombat characters. So it fit perfectly. You know what I mean? Like, it was an imitation, imitating the imitation of the imitation, and it was perfect.
Right, and like I was saying before, the thing is that movie had the disadvantage because it had to appeal to everybody, because they wanted kids and teenagers to be able to go see it.
The game was so villainized at the time. It came out around the same time as Part 3.
Oh, yeah,
so
yeah.
It was at the height of like, oh, don't let your kids play Mortal Kombat.
The whole congressional thing where they were at the time trying to wipe out the whole video game industry. Yeah.
That's right. We were like in the heart of Mortal Kombat mania. Like, it was never as popular as it was at that moment. Like, it was Mortal Kombat 3 came out, and it was like bonkers. It was like they were on a roll, and like
they could do no wrong. It was literally just like you were. Everybody was literally living for the next Mortal Kombat installment. It was just a phenomenon that was almost I like attributed almost to like when Batman when like Batman 89 came out and they had literally had Batmania where people were just
Immortal Monday.
Yeah, the Mortal Monday, which incidentally yesterday was like an anniversary date. Yeah, yesterday was the anniversary date of the home release from 1993, when they first released Mortal Kombat on Super Nintendo, Sega Genesis, Game Gear, and Game Boy. Yesterday was the anniversary.
Pissed they never put out the NES version because it was advertised in my comic books and I was so looking forward to it.
There is an NES version. There is an NES version. It only came out in Brazil though.
What does it look like? Does it look terrible? Because I would love to see what the build for that looks like.
No, it doesn't look terrible. It looks more. It looks similar to
the Street Fighter NES clones that were in Brazil.
Yeah, it looks more like cartoony, almost like a Street Fighter type thing. But it does look like Mortal Kombat 1, and so it's not bad. I like.
I really
that tells me like what a feat the franchise is, because like at that time, like it was Street Fighter, like for an American company, for an American fighting game franchise to have like stand on the same level as Street Fighter for a period of time was like, that's a huge feat.
Step up and take on Capcom. Yeah, that's badass.
Yeah, I mean, this is a little Chicago Midway. They came out with this. It was just those two guys, and I mean, honestly, I have to, and I have to give a shout out to my boy Josh, who directed that Insert Coin documentary.
Yeah,
about that whole crazy time where when they came out with Mortal Kombat, the whole Mortal Kombat Mania thing, they really kind of went in depth.
Get him back on. He was a really good interviewee too. Like
he was fun.
Had a good time with us.
We had a fun time with him. He was really open about it. Talked a lot about it, and because he was a graphics designer or something on a few of the Mortal Kombat games as well, and it was that was a lot of fun. I could talk about Mortal Kombat all day. I absolutely love it. It's like one of my favorite video games of all time. So I'm the original Mortal Kombat and the arcade.
The first three are massive.
Yeah, I could say the first three, but the first game in particular, the first arcade game in particular for me it's still to this day is still a game that I play all the time. I
just remember how ruthlessly unfair Mortal Kombat 2 AI was in the arcade.
Oh God, yeah.
Oh yeah, Mortal Kombat 2 is cheap as hell when you're playing.
If you had to play above novice, yeah, you were fucked.
I was like, is it just me struggling? And then I've seen like YouTube videos like this year, people talk about like, yeah, no, the AI specifically does this. Like it ramps up specifically to do stuff.
I like the first Silent Hill movie. The second one was garbage, I will say, Koopy.
Yeah.
But dude, Final Fantasy VII Advent Children is glorious, but like
I saw that
made it, you know what I mean? Like
when I saw Advent Children, I saw Advent Children at a screening at a Comic-Con. That's where I first watched it, and it was just an awesome experience watching it with a bunch of nerds who were fans of Final Fantasy at the time, and it's such a great movie, man. It was so well done.
With Sephiroth at the end, like, oh my God, it's so beautiful.
I mean, it was wonderful. Like, yeah.
As far as CGI animated films go, I don't think there'll ever be one that looks as good as that one did. And I love the Appleseed CGI anime movies and stuff, but yeah, Advent Children, like Square.
I didn't even mind
with that one.
I didn't even mind Spirits Within, but Advent Children is just Advent Children is just in a class by itself.
Like it was stylized in the way people like thought of Final Fantasy VII.
Spirits Within was like really cool, but like it was a weird sci-fi movie. It wasn't what people think of with uh, Final Fantasy, especially because I think 8 had just come out at the time. So you had
Yeah.
flying Cadillacs and gunblades, you know. And then
Yeah.
you see this movie, and it's like some kind of weird H.P. Lovecraft space thing, and
Space
it's really
thing,
amazing.
yeah.
Where's the
It's a
gunblades,
cosmic.
man?
Yeah, it's a cosmic horror movie where you got like what's going on in the video games. You got like flying Cadillacs and hot chicks and gunblades, and you're just like, there's
That
no
gunblade
matchup.
was so cool. I
Yeah,
know
it
that
was.
gunblade. It made no sense, but it's like this is cool. Like this is like
Yeah.
People go
and-
on and on about 7, but like, yeah, 8 is probably the coolest looking one in my opinion. Like, just in aesthetics and the weird shit that it had going on.
And guys, who doesn't love Connor McLeod of the Clan McLeod? I mean, come on, man. There's no. I mean, it's iconic, and I don't know. Is it still true that Henry Cavill's playing McLeod in the next one?
And the new one, the remake, I hope so. Like after
wait,
seeing
you talking
the
about
Witch,
Final Fantasy VII?
no, he's gonna be playing the Highlander.
Highlander.
Oh, can he do an accent? Can he?
Well, he's British, so I'm pretty sure he could pull off Scottish. I hope. I don't know. He's actually really surprised me as an actor since playing Mopey Man. So, like, yeah, I'm pretty excited to see what he can do as Connor if they're still doing it. And you brought him up earlier, but I think Mel Gibson would be the perfect Ramirez. Like, I think Mel Gibson would be so.
Oh
good.
my God! And he would do it so wild and crazy too.
Yeah, all coked out like he does now.
It was like Mel Gibson does good unhinged.
Oh, it would be amazing. Yeah, or either that, or they get Russell Crowe.
He's too fat. You can't have Russell Crowe like try to teach Connor McLeod how to sword fight while he's sitting down trying to catch his breath. I don't know, man.
Give him 7 months of like steady walking and low carb diet. He can drop the weight.
I love Russell Crowe. I like to give him a hard time, but I don't know if he could pull off playing Ramirez. Like,
I remember it was. I think we were seeing the casting for Leon and Joe Castell. She put on a tweet. She's like, "That doesn't look like Leon. That looks like Carlos."
Oh wow. That dude Vince says, I think the problem with the new Mortal Kombat live action movie is they are trying to set up 2 and 3 movies. Gotta do them one at a time. Yeah, that's my whole issue, Vince. It's like put everything you got into the first one. So the first movie should have been about the tournament. I don't know what they thought.
What's wrong with the Mortal Kombat characters though? Who the fuck is Cole and who asked for a character like that to like lead us through the adventure? We were fine with Liu Kang doing it in the first film 20 years ago. I mean, it was perfect.
Yeah, he's the main character. It's like they were saying they want Cole Young to be the audience because they won't know the series. But I'm like, but if the audience
who doesn't know Mortal Kombat by now?
My mom and dad know Mortal Kombat, and they've never played a video game since I don't know, like
since Pac-Man. Yeah. That's what it was for me too.
Liu Kang serves the same purpose. Like if they don't know Mortal Kombat, then Liu Kang still serves as the audience because it still works. I
don't understand why you wouldn't use Liu Kang anyway, because Liu Kang is Asian. And you know, he's your Asian lead.
He's
there you
that
go.
Mullet, man. You can't.
So why are you
keep the mullet? You
got Marvel doing Shang-Chi. So why wouldn't you have Liu Kang be the main character? Even though my bone of contention has always been that they made Liu Kang the main character, and in actuality, the first Mortal Kombat game, it was Johnny Cage who was on the side of the cabinet, not Liu Kang. So, for me, I always felt like, I thought Johnny Cage was the hero. Johnny Cage is the character I use. Listen, man.
He ain't the main character.
Right. And that dude Vince says that was the Outworld trying to kill off our best warriors before the actual tournament. Then have the tournament later. Yeah, focus on one film at a time. Yeah, no, go ahead.
They wound up doing it backwards because Mortal Kombat 2 was basically the game was Shao Kahn wanted to run it back again, but except this time Shang Tsung said, okay, to spare his life, let's have an immediate Mortal Kombat once again, but in Outworld. And then Mortal Kombat 3 was, they were like, okay, they found the daisy chain way to invade Outworld by reviving Sindel in a human's body in Earth to circumvent the rules. So they basically did Mortal Kombat 3 and Mortal Kombat 1 with Cole Young in concept. And it's just, it's I see what they're trying to do, but it's like, they'll get their sequel, but it's not, they didn't elegantly move into the sequel.
Yeah. Yeah. And you know, they tried to throw all of us old time fans a bone by making it, you know, oh, don't worry, you're gonna get Johnny Cage in the next film. And it's like, okay, well, Johnny Cage should have been in this film. You didn't need Cole Young at all.
No.
But
Where you fall down.
Exactly. And Neil Seven says, hey Zod, have you ever done a show about any of these Mark Dacascos films, Crying Freeman, Drive, or Brotherhood of the Wolf? I love all of those films, and it is my hope one day to have Mark Dacascos on this show for an interview.
Fans of his here,
a huge interview, because one of these days we're gonna get him, and we're gonna get and I'm working on this. One of these days we're gonna get Mark Dacascos, and we're gonna also interview Gary Daniels. So we're gonna have both of those two martial arts B movie action star legends.
Never got their day in the sun, but deserve it more than anybody else. Especially Mark Dacascos, man. Like was so good, man. I don't understand why he never caught on. Like, it's a damn shame.
Oh my God, yeah. I mean, you should see. You guys gotta watch Drive, the director's cut, for real. Got to watch the director's cut of Drive. It's fantastic. That dude Vince says, I liked In the Name of the King. Saw it in the theater. Yeah,
my favorite one. Yeah, my favorite dual bull movie. So good, dude.
Great movie.
Burt Reynolds is the king is one of the greatest things ever, man. Like, I don't know why it took so long for us to have Burt Reynolds as the king of a fantasy film, but like, Jesus, it was great to finally have it.
Just watched Candyman 2021. I haven't seen it yet. Nice. I definitely want to see it. I didn't even know it was out. Wow. Okay.
I hope it's better than Malignant was, because that set a bad precedent for big budget horror, in my opinion.
That's James Wan returning to roots.
He should have stayed away. He should have stuck with Fast and the Furious, because he was much better there.
I don't know. I kind of go back and forth on James Wan now. I'm really.
Watch Malignant, man. It is
too much weed, man. Not enough filmmaking. I don't know.
Well, I smoke a lot of weed and don't make any films, and I don't make shit as bad as Malignant. I can tell you that.
And console fanboy, aka Zohar, says, did someone say Mortal Kombat? Yes, we did. We've been having this excellent conversation about the Mortal Kombat film.
He was channeling his Ouija board and heard us, man. I guarantee you. How did he know?
Of course. I love Zohar. My God, it's so awesome. He says, I'm like Beetlejuice. You say MK 3 times and my dumbass pops up. Hey, it's perfect. It's absolutely perfect. He says, by the way, this is proof that I always have you playing in the background while I work, Zod. Yes, it is, and I totally believe you. I never denied that or thought otherwise when you said that, because it's true, man. That's great. Thank you so much for being here and paying attention to the show. That's so awesome. Yeah, that's my buddy right there, Zohar. Oh my God, dude, that dude is awesome. Koopy Malik says Silent Hill 2 didn't live up to fan expectation story-wise, but I must admit, Pyramid Head live adaptation was so spot on, Johnny.
Hey, Koopy Malik, you ever hear that guy's weird internet theory about how Silent Hill is actually about forced circumcision and how Pyramid Head's a representation of that? Like, if you know that theory, I was wondering how you stack up on it, because I think it's utterly hilarious, man.
It's probably true. That dude Vince says that dude Vince has an interesting thing here. He says, as long as the Miz plays Cage, I'm good with it.
Who?
The Miz, the
wrestler, the
WWE wrestler who's basically been playing like a wrestler version of Johnny Cage since he started his career. So he's kind of
never heard of him. Is he good?
The guy's been kind of campaigning to be the Miz. Well, he definitely looks like it, but
he looks like him. Okay, cool.
I would need to see him see if he can handle the choreography, because like Johnny Cage, yeah, like he's like an egomaniac. He's John Claude basically. They couldn't get John Claude, so they made their own Jean Claude. He would need to. Oh wait, could you get Jean Claude? He's still in shit. Could you get Jean Claude in the next Mortal Kombat?
To play Johnny Cage? That would be
Full circle. Yeah,
that'd
Johnny
be
Cage
insane.
inspired.
Wouldn't that be insane? That would be the one thing where it'd be like that would be the one shock if they could pull something like that off, if they actually did that, where people would be like, wow, oh my god, it finally happened. And it's like, whoa, this is nuts. I don't know. I think it would be wild, but I'd love to see it though. I think it would be, like you said, full circle. That'd be really cool.
And he would have been in both Street
Fighter and Mortal Kombat. Oh my god! But I'm sure he would. I'm sure he would like to forget his time in Street Fighter, though. But
any other new business?
That's his own fault. That's his own fault, because he should have taken up the Chicago guys when they asked him to be in Mortal Kombat. He should have jumped on it.
Well, if he did it, then it would have been called Bloodsport, and it would have just been a movie adaptation video game. You know what I mean? So if he would have been in Mortal Kombat, it wouldn't be Mortal Kombat. So like,
so in a way, we have him to thank for having Mortal Kombat the way it is,
and the footage of him dancing from the Street Fighter movie. Like, I love that GIF or meme or whatever it is.
That dude, Vince, I got something to share with you. I did have a show when I did my ZodWriter show on PSN. I did interview Gary Graham as well. I've talked to him, and I had a lengthy conversation with Gary Graham about robot jocks.
But no, we can't do a watch party, man. Full Moon will pull our card for sure.
Right. There'd be no way we could do a watch party. Now,
Robot Jocks is a masterpiece. I would love to watch it with you guys.
We should just do one day. You know what we'll do, Vince? We'll do just like we'll just do a private stream, and we'll watch it all together.
Let you guys pick some movies for us to watch together.
Because Robot Jocks is a good one. I love it. That was one of the main topics when I had Gary Graham on my show. That was one of the main things I talked to him about. I think he thought I was going to talk to him mainly about Star Trek, but I mostly talked to him about Alien Nation and Robot Jocks. So
he also did Alien Nation. I love that.
Yeah, he played Matt Sykes on the TV show.
Okay. Oh, the Mick Jagger looking guy. Right on.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that dude Vince says I have it on my Plexod, both Candyman 2021 and Robot Jocks. Yeah, I didn't know Candyman 2021 was out yet. That's
I'll have
awesome.
to check that out. I've been looking forward to it. So,
and
I've been Steve in One Punch Man, so I'm looking forward to the next chapter drop. But it's gonna take some time.
Oh, you've been reading. Okay.
Yeah. No, it's like I recently got back into it, and they update digitally. So Murata's like, he just finished the redraws, and that's where I saw like this one fight, which was just complete lunacy in its scale. It was the kind of thing I wanted to see. I'm like, look, I need to see something like this in Justice League. I need something of this scale. Like, I've never seen psychic powers used this big, and it's like this is planetary level stuff.
There you go.
Was it the attack on the super school? Like, where is that the fight you're talking about, Tim?
They're in the Monster Association arc. So,
okay,
Tatsumaki is fighting a villain, and a thing happens, and then this villain does this insane feat, and then Tatsumaki does this even bigger feat, and then this bigger feat happens. And then this thing happens, and it's like the camera keeps zooming out, and it's like, oh wow, this is what we're doing. This is why manga is so amazing, and I'd like to see more of this, please.
Oh, yeah. Zohar, you never leave. Once you're here, you stick around.
Zohar says, thanks, man, you're awesome too. Okay, back to work. LOL. He says, by the way, your voice is like is your voice is like a nice familiar voice in my place, and it helps me work. Not to be mushy, but it's true. Familiar voices are comforting. Peace. Well, thank you, Zohar. I appreciate that, man. It's always I'm happy that I can help you work, dude. I'm happy that we could be talking about all this great stuff in the background, and it's helping you get through your work day. That's awesome, man. That dude Vince says apparently Ed Boon supports Miz as Cage, so that's good enough for me.
I'm gonna start my own hashtag. I want Zohar to play Ermac in the new Mortal Kombat franchise.
Oh my god, I would love it. I would support that all the way too, because I think he would. I think that'd be great. Zohar for Ermac. Oh my god, that'd be awesome. Please make that happen. Oh my god, Zohar for Ermac. That'd be amazing.
Oh,
I think they should just make a new Mortal Kombat character, Zohar.
Zohar wins. Yeah. And he just shows up and talks shit the whole time. Just like
feel the Zohar. No, his catch line would be feel the Zohar. Man, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, Koopy, look up Silent Hill circumcision theory. It's hilarious, man. Like, there's YouTube videos about it where people are reacting to it. It's one of my favorite, like, weird people theories. I think it came from Reddit, which of course it did. Like everything.
Yeah, of course. That sounds like a subreddit question.
Everything comes from Reddit these days. Oh yeah.
But yeah, check it out, dude. It's worth looking at just for the laugh. I think Penguin Zero, Charlie White does a really good video on it. Definitely check it out, man.
And that dude Vince says, I've actually never watched Robot Jocks, but when I was getting Gary's stuff, I grabbed it, been trying to get around to it. Oh my god, Robot Jocks is awesome, man.
Yeah, when we were kids, they didn't make giant robot movies too often. So, this one was ahead of
Robot Jocks is like the precursor to Pacific Rim. Like you could argue that Robot Jocks is actually a better story. To be honest with you,
because it's just based off of ancient Greek myth, but with giant robots. They did a really good job because they didn't try to do too much. They just had the robots fighting each other. They didn't try to, have all this other stuff going on. And yeah, it's a classic, man. Stuart Gordon worked on it. A lot of good people worked on it. It's amazing.
I remember hearing that Pacific Rim came about because Del Toro couldn't get the rights to do Evangelion.
Yes, exactly.
And he wanted to do that, but they were like, something happened, it didn't work out, and it's like, okay,
I just want to know how he got from Evangelion to Pacific, because they are so fucking different, so far apart.
Right. There's nothing in Pacific Rim at all aside from giant robots that would make you
even that's different,
be reminiscent.
In Evangelion, you end up finding out they're not giant robots. They're cloned angels. So
yeah. So that's why I don't understand like how you could go from that. Like he didn't even try to borrow anything. Like wow.
Well, the thing is I don't think that an American studio and audiences would be okay with a franchise about people pissing off God and them deciding that, like, we're not going to pray or say we're sorry. We'll just build our own cloned angels and fight what he sends down here. You know what I mean? I don't think that would fly. So I think Del Toro was fighting an uphill battle trying to get that done anyways. But
he should go to Japan and make it. They'll let him do it.
Yeah, because he's friends with Miike and Sono and all those guys. So like they could probably get him in with any studio he wanted to work with.
Like a very different story from that's where it comes to like the localizing, and it's like Evangelion's a bit of a downer series, so it's like there's like a lot of
just a little bit, just slightly.
It's like I remember hearing a story. There's a series called Manben, and it's by there's like a mangaka creator, like Naoki Urasawa, and he interviews different mangaka. And he's like a popular artist himself. And I guess Del Toro just showed up at Urasawa's like studio out of nowhere because he wanted to like try to adapt some of his stuff. And I'm just like, is Del Toro just showing up at random mangakas places in Japan. Like she's just like,
Well,
I've got the
it's what he does. It worked for him with Hellboy. That's how he was able to meet Mike Mignola and get that done. Honestly,
like, he's got that clout. He's like, I'm just gonna show up at his office and yeah, let's see what happens.
Yeah. Well, that's where ideas begin. Just like random off the cuff stuff like that, just like showing up at the office, man. Now, and Ben says, now that I have a phone that doesn't die instantly, I can actually watch. I can watch at work and home now, and as long as Rain and Ermac don't just get thrown down a hole. Yeah, that's.
Oh, definitely not. Especially if Zohar is going to be playing him, he's going to be at least as big of a character as Cole. I mean,
oh man, he's got to be the one that helps Baraka kill Cole.
Yeah,
Cole's got to be able to win a fight by himself first.
Without the Aquaman armor.
I just want to hear like coleslaw.
Yeah.
I want Baraka to like totally cut Cole up into little, slices, and then coleslaw, fatality. Koopy Malik says, time to work. I'm off. You gentlemen have fun with your stream. Hey, thanks for being here as always, Koopy. You're awesome.
Yeah.
Katsuka says, gives a whole new meaning to Pyramid Head. And Del Toro has Oscar clout now. Well, yeah.
Well, yeah,
he had clout even before the Oscar.
Well, he did. Before he got famous over here, he was already like a big name in the European film scene and stuff like that. And that's actually more respected in Asia than, say, being like a Hollywood guy. Like if you have like really big cred in like the European festival scene and stuff, you're probably more respected to them than, say, like James Wan or something.
You got it up for James Wan today.
I just watched Malignant. It pissed me off. I'm sorry. I'm a horror fan, and it was really bad, dude. It was really bad. Yeah, Kronos, exactly. His first film, man. And that's when he became friends with Ron Perlman, and he's been in almost every single film of his since then. And Kronos, really good vampire film, man. The beginning of El Del Toro's career. And I actually bought a new Criterion copy of that just because Mike Mignola drew the cover of it. It's fucking beautiful.
Oh, I love that movie, man. That movie's epic. So you bought a new copy, huh?
Yeah, I have an old DVD of Kronos. I don't know who put it. I think it was New Line, but yeah, Criterion put out.
It's on HBO Max because HBO Max has the Criterion label on there.
But yeah, I love all that Del Toro stuff. Yeah, after he did Devil's Backbone, like he had all the clout he wanted, at least worldwide. The U.S. still hadn't heard of him until he probably did Pan's Labyrinth. I think is when he kind of blew up over here.
Well, yeah,
but he did Blade. Remember, he did Blade 1 or 2. He did one of those.
He did part 2. Yeah, but like that caught him on a little bit. But when he became a household name and people actually started respecting him, it was Pan's Labyrinth, I would say.
Except Basket Case. Except Basket Case is a better movie.
Yeah. Oh, dude, exactly. That's what I tell people is that Malignant's the shit remake of fucking Basket Case, which is hilarious to me because James Wan promoted this like, ooh, it's the premiere, it's the scariest film you'll see of the year. And I'm just like, no, it's a bad remake of a B film that came out when I was
Basket Case is actually a better movie.
Well, the girl that's in Malignant is really hot. I'll give her that. Like you don't get many horror films with a hot chick in it, but it's not a trade-off for a bad film. So like James Wan still loses.
Katsuka wants to know if we like The Last Samurai.
No,
I haven't seen it.
I liked when Tom Cruise got his ass beat by the Bokin for an hour and a half when the mean guy got a hold of him, but that was about it. Like, I do not like the Dances with Samurais at all. I thought it was a terrible film. I didn't like it when Kevin Costner made it with the Indians either, though.
Dances with Samurai. Oh my God, Dances with Samurai, guys! I don't know. That's a hell of a. That's a hell of a way to describe that movie. Maybe the movie would have fared better if it was called Dances with Samurai.
I wish that like Rurouni Kenshin or one of the really cool swordsmen, maybe like what's his name from Blade of the Immortal, the 100 Kills, got a hold of Tom Cruise's fake samurai ass. Like, yeah, made him into fucking coleslaw. That would be a good movie.
Coleslaw. I heard they're thinking about putting Cole in Mortal Kombat 12 in the next game.
people were saying that's like a joke. It would be like the silliest, like
it'd be the silliest character, but they'll probably make him so OP because everybody's making fun of him.
He's like safe on all moves. He has the fastest startups, and I'm just like, why is he the most optimal character on this roster?
Perfect
right.
Punish skills, yeah, like straight up.
He'll have like the most brutal, greatest fatalities of all time, and people will be like, "What?"
And the Aquaman armor, man, it really helps out.
But as long as the friendship is, use your uppercut, Daddy.
Yeah, use the uppercut, Daddy.
I'll be okay with him being there if that's the case. Oh my God, Sean,
his wife was hanging in with Goro, and I'm just like, this is the 10-time champion. How is he struggling against this woman in a Ford truck?
He doesn't like beating up women. All right, Goro has his limits. He's like, "Fuck, Ching.
Well,
Like, why am I here in a trailer park beating up a girl? I don't."
Goro
on Saturday night.
Goro has standards.
Like, he will tear the arms off of Jax, but he's just like, dog, I don't want to be beating up a girl in a trailer park. Like,
yeah, no, that's not cool at all. Sean Franklin, do you like Dragon Ball Z? Now, I'm not really a fan of Dragon Ball Z. I respect it. I respect what it's accomplished and how it seems to go on forever, but I'm not really a big fan of it, to be honest with you. I've seen a couple of the movies, the recent films, and I find them to be a little bit entertaining, but I'm not really into Dragon Ball. I'm a Fist of the North Star guy.
Well, Sean, if you like Dragon Ball, I would suggest read like the manga, like that first half, because a lot of Americans, they only saw like the second half, right? Where it's like Goku as an adult, the time jump, but like it's really one big story. But like there's like the best story stuff. It's like in like the back half, but it's like Toriyama's like you like the cartoon doesn't give you a real idea of Toriyama's skills as like a comic artist, a manga artist. Like you really it does, like that's one of those things where like the anime undersells the artist.
Oh wow.
Like
his pacing is actually great. His panel layouts are fantastic.
And all that filler makes him look like a terrible writer. Like they don't do his writing skills any favors on the anime either, with all that crap filler they stick in it.
No, like he
right. It takes people. It takes them on Dragon Ball. It takes them 60 episodes to get through a fight.
Yeah, it's like whereas in the comic, it's extremely breezy. Like it's fast. It's a lot more fast paced and dynamic. So give that a whirl. The most OP character that dude Vince is Joker and Cetrion. They're the most OP characters.
Oh, Cetrion, yeah.
Are they broken?
Oh my God.
Or what?
Joker's not playing MK11. Joker's not playing.
Yeah, Joe. I was actually surprised that they threw Joker in there too, and I was like. I'm like, man, what version of Joker are they throwing in here? And then there he is. He's in the game, and it's like, well, I don't know. Have you played with Rambo yet, Tim?
I tried a little bit with him. I can't get into how he feels. Like
I'm the same way I was all excited to have RoboCop in there, but RoboCop moves so slow compared to everybody else.
That low auto, RoboCop's grown on me. Like I've been watching some pro players play him, and it's like RoboCop's fun to play. Like he's got that command grab, that mid command grab, and you just do that. You use the low auto, amplified low. I was like, it's like,
yeah. He just said he moves so slow, but he's definitely got some good moves though.
How does Freddy play? Does Freddy play good?
Freddy 9, I think. Is he?
Yeah, he was in like the one that came out in 2011.
Okay, I haven't played Mortal Kombat in forever. Like I still play Injustice 2 for Hellboy and the Ninja Turtles. Like if I play a fighting game that's not like Dead or Alive or Tekken, I'd be playing Injustice. I haven't played Mortal Kombat 11 yet. I thought that Freddy and Jason were in that one, but I'm old.
No.
I don't know.
No, it's like I haven't seen. I remember playing Mortal Kombat 9 only for a little bit in like animation class. Like that's what I remember. It's like it was one like the Friday animation club, and they're like, "All right, it's video game day." I remember being fast paced. I remember that.
Yeah. Well, the newer games are I don't know. I like to play my thing with Mortal Kombat now is I like to play the Mugen versions of Mortal Kombat where they basically
Those games are broken.
are like they just like totally like make these like new editions of the games, and they're so much fun, and the speed and the fatalities are amazing, and they created characters that were like just rumored characters that you never thought existed. And I don't know, my favorite Mugen Mortal Kombat character to play that doesn't exist in any of the earlier games is Aqua. Aqua wins the duck ninja.
Wow, I'll have to check that out. That sounds
Aqua.
amazing.
He's so cool. It's just so fun. Aqua wins. It's like, wow, dude. This was a character that was originally supposed to have been in the European release of Mortal Kombat Trilogy for PlayStation, but they scrapped the character at the last minute. But like the audio files and stuff for the character are still in the code, the programming code for the disc. So if you go on and you like,
so he's a real thing. Okay,
he's a real character, but he just was never. But they deleted all his assets so that you can't. And there's like some pictures of him that exist from like European magazines and stuff. So the fans that do these Mugen games actually created Aqua and brought him to life, and he's literally it's amazing. So he's like that's like my favorite
sounds like a Mortal Kombat Ninja Turtle character, so I'm down.
He's awesome. He makes this like robotic quacking sound while he's fighting, and it's just so awesome. And one of his fatalities is he'll go inside the person and make them blow up from the inside, kind of almost like a Fist of the North Star kind of thing. They'll explode from the inside, and then his animality is he'll morph into the duck from Duck Hunt, from the Nintendo Duck Hunt.
Really?
And the Nintendo duck from Duck Hunt will basically maul the character to death. Nice. So that's awesome. I mean that's like, Aqua, but yeah, he's but that's my favorite character that doesn't exist in like any of the like Mortal Kombat canonical games, but it was actually brought to life. And the fans have done a great job doing that, bringing a lot of these hidden characters to life that were just rumored and stuff. Like there's been a lot of like remakes of Mortal Kombat of the original Mortal Kombat where they actually put Ermac back in the game in Mortal Kombat 1, like how he was supposed to be, and they actually have, so it's really cool.
I love that rumor because it was actually like a screen that said there were 0 macro errors, but everybody thought that it meant that like Ermac was a character that lost 0 times on the cabinet.
And Ermac they've literally got a screenshot from a video game magazine of Ermac, and they have this whole rumor and that's how the whole mythology got started, and it was just a hoax from a magazine, and then of course Ermac became a real character. So it's amazing all the stuff that goes on.
That Mortal Kombat. Yeah, they actually embraced the memes and shit that was coming out of fans at the time and put them in the game. So that was kind of always a cool thing about Midway in those games, I guess. They kind of always had a sense of humor with it.
Oh, if you're talking about the animated movie, the Batman Ninja Turtles, I thought that was fantastic.
They're my top 5 favorite WB animated movies. It is so good. It was better than I expected. Because when I first saw it, I'm like, they better not fuck it up. Because I love the James Tynion comics, but the completely mutated Gotham Arkham Asylum with all the villains as mutated mutants. It was so neat, man. They did a really good job with all of that.
Yeah, I thought so too. Thought it was awesome.
Well,
we've been going for about 4 hours now, so I'm gonna go ahead and end the stream for tonight. But I want to thank you, Tim, for being here with us all night. It's been fun, man. You gotta come on these streams more often, man. This was a blast. And I want to thank you as always, Johnny, for being here. This has been a whole lot of fun. You guys know I've been having a good time because I'm losing my voice. And I want to thank all of you here who have stuck with us the whole night. This was a great stream, Neo Sevens. Thank you very much, and you guys will catch more of me this coming Thursday when I do another late night Q&A with me and Sonia, so you can check that out this Thursday.
Crazy, Joey.
Yeah, I'm crazy, right? End the stream, Joey. End the stream. That's my favorite one. So we're gonna go ahead and end the stream right now. We're gonna do it just like as if Sonia was here. We're gonna go ahead and end the show. Okay. Good night, everybody.
Can you hear me? I'm back, Joey.
Get out of here.